Imagine all of this packed into this. The new G16. Stunning views. Advanced gaming performance. Top the leaderboard. Stay effortlessly cool. G16 gaming laptop.
Well, folks, welcome to the Alienware and Intel presents Alienware Gaming Saturday, hosted by the Esports Club. Well, of course, it's the excitement for because every Saturday we are here for another Alienware Gaming Saturday action. But yes, Augusta, apologies, I was not able to hear your audio, so I had to take the cue. But yes, folks, we are back again, and to be precisely where this entire action is coming from, of course, we are having the entire action of Valorant coming in from the Dallas located at Chennai. Yes, Baba, I hear you loud and clear. Action ready. But our second action for the day, which is going to be the Tekken 8 drama, which is the Tekken 8 tournament, and the drama will be getting a coverage from the live city of live from live city and live city of Surat, where also we are having a meet and greet with one of the best free fire personalities out there, which is going to be Mr. Rocky and RDX. So yes, folks, as you all know, our first matchup will be the side of Valorant, and our second matchup will be Tekken 8.
Yep, two back-to-back different games. The first game being Valorant TDM. The usual Saturdays with some really good prize pool coming in from our end. And talking about the prize pool itself, we do have a total of 40,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers, 25,000 rupees for Valorant TDM, and 15,000 rupees for Tekken 8 1v1. Just keep that in mind that most of these prize pool are in the form of Amazon gift vouchers. So Valorant 15k, 10k rupees for second place. And also we will also be streaming Tekken 8 as well. As we take a look at the price pool as well for Tekken 8, first place 10,000 rupees and second place is a total of 5,000 rupees respectively. So all in all, every Saturday we always conduct tournaments for Alienware Gaming Saturdays. So this time the two states that are going to pick is going to be none other than Chennai and Surat. So yeah, I have to say, Bullet, it's going to be an amazing one.
Yeah. And actually, folks, we have a small update also. As we know, this is going to be Valorant Tekken 8, but there's also going to be one more game actually getting added here for the Surat City. It's going to be the EAFC 24 action. We just got the confirmation. Just wanted to let you all guys know. But of course, for the broadcast, we will be getting the coverage of Valorant TDM 2v2 action, and in the first half, and the second half will be taking you through the Tekken 8 1v1 action, and of course, and comprehensive and yet a very competitive prize pool for another Alienware Gaming Saturday. For the Tekken 8, the first place individual will take home 10,000 worth of Amazon vouchers, and the second place individual will take home 5,000 worth of Amazon vouchers. We'll be also taking a look at the entire schedule when it comes down to the first bracket of matches for the Valorant TDM action. We have Bolo Boys facing up side of Muscle, Nami Esports facing up Gamma Doppler, and the matches from the first round will decide who's going to be facing up each other for the second round of matches. So yes, we have amazing participation coming up from the Surat city as well, and of course amazing participation happening at the Chennai city as well. But also, folks, if you are near the Dell exclusive store Nugambakam in Chennai, please make sure to visit the place, and where you have also the exclusive meet and greet session happening with Gaming Tamizhan. So of course, you want to know something about the content creation, you want to just go say hi, grab some selfies, grab some photos, have a really good conversation around esports and gaming. That's the place where you want to be right now. But if you are from Surat, Don't worry, we got you. There's a meet and greet session happening with Rocky and RDX, one of the amazing Free Fire influencers and personalities out there. So please make sure that if you are around Ajanan city in Surat, Ajanan place in Surat, so there is the Telesilver store. You can also go over there and have a meet and greet with Rocky and RDX.
Yep, let's not forget we do have a meet and greet in Chennai as well with none other than Gaming Tamizhan at your nearby Dell exclusive store at Nungambakkam, Chennai. So if you are in Chennai, if you want to compete in Valorant TDM 2 to Team Deathmatch, I believe, yeah, Valorant TDM and Tekken 8, get to your nearby Dell exclusive store, get yourself registered, and also, get to meet your favorite influencers as well in the process. And talking about the two games that we'll be streaming, Valorant TDM, that matchup will be streamed on Chennai. And second, which is Tekken 8, I believe Tekken 8 will be in Surat, if I recall properly. So I'm really excited to see how it's going to work out. And also the three matches that we have for now for Valorant TDM 2 to Team Deathmatch is also going to be an interesting one to look at, Bullet.
Yeah, definitely a very, very interesting one to have that another initiation coming up in the Valorant TDM action, because yes, for the entire Alienware Gaming Saturday, the format is set and ready for the past 2 years now. Actually, it's going to be the 3-year anniversary, if I'm not wrong, for the entire Alienware Gaming Saturday, because we have been doing this for quite a while. Huge, kudos to the Esports Lab and Alienware Intel for being a lovely sponsor for this kind of initiative. But for now, folks, we have a small update. We'll be taking a short little break. I'll be coming up very soon with our first set of matches.
Imagine all of this packed into this. G16. Stunning views. Advanced gaming performance. Top the leaderboard. Stay effortlessly cool. G16 Gaming.
All right, folks, we are back once again with this time a little bit of a short break, and we are back, which means that we are not going to waste any time at all and start things off with our Valorant TDM 2v2 team deathmatch. So, without any further ado, let's just begin with our first matchup of our Alienware Gaming Saturdays. It's going to be none other than Team Nami Esports versus Gamma Doppler. Winner takes all, and I have to say, with the agents pick that we've seen here, it's going to be an interesting one to look at.
Let's see an interesting pick. We have KJ company getting combined with KO. KO is one of the best acts when it comes down to 3DM. But ooh, mighty Rocky will be gunning down the side of KO. Interesting and lovely flick right there. Now the respawn comes in. It's going to be a small pick of that lit shot's gonna cause a little bit of damage. KO is definitely unclear where they want to move around, but Rocky and Reina will shut down both of them. So I'd say an overall good set of kills coming up for the side of Gamma Doppler. Nami Esports still kind of struggling though to capitalize on a few of those shots. But anyways, this is just stage one, if you ask me. So it's all fine unless you get those vandals and phantom in your hand.
Yep. Looking at the pistol round itself, you can clearly see that Gamma Doppler is currently in the lead. Raven once again. He's got to be really careful though on mid control, as you can clearly see the control going in favor for the Reina and Clove duo. Second stage is up, so are the Stingers, and here comes Rocky swinging in through the stairs. Getting things off, taking out the Sentinel Raven. 8-3. And right now you can clearly see that both of them are separated for now, which means that you won't be the player won't be able to go in with those individual trades, but for now they'll just rely heavily on individual gunplay instead, in which it didn't quite work out well in their favor. So 5-8 as they're coming back from the spawn. As I'll make sure to maintain the lead as best as possible, but Raven has something else to say. A headshot to take out Reina, and with it 6-9, Gamma Doppler still in the lead.
Still in the lead, and we do see the side of Gamma Doppler actually playing it very cool though. They know for a fact that some of these players will be coming in from the eastern on the western angles, and they're just able to anticipate those positioning really well. Just leave all of the gunfight and the raw mechanical skills out of the park for the time being though. But I feel like the kind of utility play that Nami Esports can do is something that they need to realize a little bit soon, because both KO and KJ have some tremendous and the kind of utilities which can actually keep you in a lot of that tactical advantage in this kind of a TDM. So I feel like they need to kind of realize that they just need to press those buttons at the right time, I feel.
Yeah, and they have to be really careful though, because you clearly see that Gamma Doppler have control over on mid, which means that they have ample amount of recovery orbs. You still have the ultimate orbs, which could be very useful for the Reina. The same thing can also be said for Clove as well. So if she gets picked out, she'll be able to use her ultimate to get herself back up and secure those kills. 5th kill for the Reina, make that 6th. She's very low on HP, recovery orbs is still present. She could be able to recover it back. Headshot's been given, but it's a bulldog. You still need 2 shots to the head to confirm its kill. Looks like that is not going to happen. Rocky once again with the Guardian, long range with the help of the high ground. He'll be able to secure some multi-shots, 3 kills to be exact. He eventually gets shut down from none other than Raven. So 26 kills already on stage 3. Gamma Doppler shouldn't have any problems dealing with stage 4.
Okay, let's see how it goes around though. But for now, Gamma Doppler have actually put down some really good, track points for themselves. Now it's 30 to 13, which is not a very small score if you ask me. When it comes down to a 3DM matchup, so it's gonna be hard from here now. Because of course you have 5 minutes, and 5 minutes is a time period where you can actually suppress your opponent team in a TDM match, where you can actually just get those back-to-back kills and make the score line more even and more stable for yourself. But at the point where Gamma Doppler are just not giving any chance, they're not showing any mercy. So I feel like Nami Esports are gonna have a little bit of that trouble, find some more good and better kills. But look at the side of Rocky, especially, just so precisely going in for those headshots, making it all look effortless from our perspective.
Yeah, looks like KO just found out the opening, gets 2 kills immediately, and now he's just trying to see whether if he could get control of the situation. Now there you go, KO finds the first, second, won't be able to get it though. All he has to do is just wait for Rocky's duration to come all the way down to 0. So he's just gonna play it as safe as possible. Yep, he goes down, 40 kills, but not gonna lie, in a span of 4 minutes, being able to secure 40 kills means that the side from Team Nami Esports needs to get multi-kills without being traded out, and that itself is a difficult task. You can clearly see that Gamma Doppler's shots from the Vandal is very crispy, especially with their headshots. So 44 kills out of 19, Gamma Doppler way ahead in their lead. And for Nami Esports, having some major difficulties dealing with these dangerous duos. They're constantly getting those kills back to back, making it difficult for the side of Nami Esports to come back.
I feel like definitely it's going to be very hard now. I mean, there's one team who is already about to reach that kind of like the metaphor, I want to say, half century, and Nami Esports are struggling to even reach first to 30 or maybe first to 40, if I want to say in that kind of a term. But overall, it seems a little bit hard. But I feel like it's quite impossible now, because the way how Gamma Doppler are just moving around the map is something like they are just the better side, I feel, at this point of time, if you ask me.
Yeah, shots being delivered though. Raven, currently the one having the AWP in hand. He would be able to make some changes into the map, as those long range could definitely help in at least shutting down some of the trade outs. 4 kills for KO, one more shot would secure the ace. That kill streak would definitely help in the major hits, making it at least 20 kills. I could say that Nami Esports still has a chance, but looking at Rocky's performance though, his headshot has been so supreme, but so is KO with those unrelenting headshots back to back. And looking at it though, KO could be able to recover back those massive losses that they've had in the past 3 stages, so he could be able to do something about this. Once again, huge luck. Eventually get caught out because Reina immediately knew what was happening. He'll be able to catch KO off the act. And for the side of Nami Esports, they only have 1 minute and 47 seconds left for them to recover back at least 20 points to put themselves back on the equalizer, which makes it even more difficult. As Gamma Doppler, all they have to do is just patiently wait for the timer to tick down to 0. And once that's done, we'll be able to see Gamma Doppler proceed into the next phase of the AWGS. Pretty much the first 3 stages that we did get to see Gamma Doppler dominate on both pistol rounds, the stinger rounds, and so is the Bulldogs. But when it comes to KO on the final stages, you can clearly see how great their positionings, crosshair placements, and those headshots that have been delivered from Nami Esports truly shines. But yeah, in a game of deathmatch, when there's when there's prize pool on the line, you gotta do what you have to do best. And I can clearly see that Gamma Doppler have mastered multiple types of weapons, not only just the Vandals, but also the Stingers and the Ghost respectively. So 50 seconds, 64 total kills for Gamma Doppler, make that 66 out of 41. I have to say, a really great performance being delivered from Gamma Doppler.
Yep, and at this point of time, I have to commend the side of Nami Esports. The way how Gamma Doppler played and made it look all effortless, and the kind of lead that they had. Nami Esports are actually able to kind of like you know uh, just getting there slowly and steadily. I have to give kudos to the side of Nami Esports. 45 to 70 is something not very huge, something of a scoreline which is not very, kind of like I would say embarrassing if I just don't want to amend my words. This is a commendable score. We have seen worse scores on the overall scoreboard here at AWGS. So an overall score of 74. Sorry, make it now 74 possibly, but nah, this is just going to be 73 to 46. So good overall play coming off from the side of Gamma, and I would say a good retaliation, a good kind of like a comeback, almost right there out the doorstep for the side of Nami Esports. But yeah, like I said, we have seen 50 almost like a 30 score point lead, 40 score point lead here at Alienware Gaming Saturday. So I feel like this was a better half from both sides.
Yeah, Gamma Doppler, I believe they'll be the ones to proceed into the next phase of Valorant 2v2 team deathmatch. A really great performance and also great marksmanship from the Vandal shots. Just like I talked about, positioning, crosshair placements, and also being able to predict exactly where the players' next positions are. That's exactly how it works on a Valorant 2v2 team deathmatch, and also the type of agents that you pick. So, the Reyna and Clove combo mostly relies heavily on mobility. So usually on deathmatch, you need to make sure that you are always changing positions every time your location has been revealed. But yeah, all in all, Doppler, congratulations to them. They will win their first matchup. They'll proceed into the next phase. But for the second matchup, folks, we'll be taking a short little break once again, and we'll be right back as soon as possible. All right, folks, welcome back to Alienware and Inter presents Alienware Gaming Saturdays. We are back once again with the second matchup. It's going to be an amazing one, though, for Valorant TDM. So, without further ado, let's just begin our second matchup. The first matchup was really great when it comes to stage 4, but right now, up against Team Bolo Bhai versus Musal Wadai. Two matches, the second match itself, and I can clearly see that there's a slight change on the agent select, and I'm really quite intrigued to see how well it goes out. Two back-to-back kills, trade's been given, and once again it's Reina's end from the side of Team Bolo Bhais, who's going to secure their 2 kills right off the bat.
Yeah, let's see how things can actually be anyone's game at this point of time. Musalwada. We have ate a lot of missile pow. I'm hearing the first time. I'm not sure about this delicacy, but we'll keep that delicacy, just apart from now. But Reina takes up the fourth kill, actually takes down the side of Seagod. We also see one of the newer agents, not a new, almost like a 1 month now, Waylay into the action, and it's actually the first time where we have seen someone picking up Waylay here at the TDM showdown.
Well, Vela is an interesting character to talk about. So, say, like, if you're in one position, you can quickly get back. It's a really, I would say, a bit okay-ish. I'm not quite sure, but definitely the Waylay agent has certain uses, especially in a 5-to-5 combat. There could be some minor changes, but
Yeah.
let's just for now, let's just focus on this the second stage between Team Bolo Bhai and Muscle Wadai, where 9 kills has been given for Bolo Bhai, and you can clearly see that the Stingers definitely helps well in their favor. Fade once again trying to get some information from their end, but it will be none other than the Fade who will secure a quad kill all the way from the stairs. Reina, on the other hand, gets one more, ensuring that the lead will be theirs, which will go all the way up to 13. So the control on mid is there, so is the control on info. So if they keep steamrolling more than stage 3 or stage 4, which could be around 3 or 4 minutes, I would say that Team Bolo Bhai have got it under control.
ISO over here trying to find someone on the terrace. Goes on to take a cover on the right, but no, he will eventually get taken down from the hands of Reina. 16-5 now. Muscle struggling a little bit, confirm up those kills, confirm up those track points, which are very necessary at this point of time. Did any idea what Reina was just standing right on the corner, a little bit from the back front, and he will be taken down eventually because he was not little aware of his surroundings. But anyways, 18-6 now. A good over, I would say, a classic 12-13 pointer lead for the side of Bolo Bhais, and they're definitely playing like they wanna just secure that classic victory and pave their way to the second stage game.
Yep. I believe that's a phantom upgrade that's been picked up from the stairs, and I believe that Reina shouldn't have any problems. But just like I talked about it, initial shutdown, even with the Empress being in hand, which means she'll be back with Bulldogs for now, unless and until you could go ahead and get that upgrade back all the way up towards stairs. This is exactly where the Phantom's location is. So is the Vandal, all the way from the entrance. But you don't have to worry about it, because stage 3 is about to come to an end in around 8 seconds. So once that's done, both the players will receive Phantoms and Vandals respectively. Until then, they're stuck with Bulldogs. Well, not for long. Vandals have been popped up, which means that Team Bolobai will have a massive lead in their hands. A total of 29 kills, which makes it difficult for Team Muscle Varai to bring it back. And also, having no information on the lurk, Reina will ensure to get that kill. So is the Fade. Information will be theirs once again. 32-9. Bolobai, they are definitely dominating on this matchup.
I feel like the Bolo Bhais are kind of like that team which are kind of very aggressive. Like, look at that. The scoreline is 33-10. I mean, at this point of time, it feels like Bolo Boys are just eventually going to win. That is for sure. But also, definitely puts up that statement that they're just better ones at this point of time. Recovery Orb is going to be in play for the side of Wele. But in Hindi, the word is 555, the 555 username. Definitely trying to get some of the kills in his own team's favor, but Reina finds one. The Sea God 10 goes down. A little bit of that tussle definitely is favoring the way for the side of Masawadai, but the difference is huge. It's almost 40-15. Soon to be 40 to 15. I feel like so. It's gonna be hard if you ask me honestly, and it almost look like it's over. It's almost over, I feel.
Yep. Looks like Team Bolobai have secured more than 30 kills from their end already in the final stage itself. They only have 4 minutes left, and you can clearly see that Reina is definitely securing more kill streak as I'd ever imagined, all the way up to 8 kills. Right now, he will be shut down for now. But I have finally managed to shut down the massive kill streak that Bolobai had secured. They're trying their level best to gain control on mid for now, but it makes it even much more difficult, as Reina's consistency will make sure that the lead will still be theirs, and the kill steal will make it even much more difficult for Team Muscle Varai to come back. 50 kills, and they only have 3 minutes and 20 seconds for Team Muscle Varai to bring it back. The only thing the only way to do that is either get those kills, try to play together, maybe try to play close range in towards the stairs. You still have those Judge and maybe the Altobs, which could help you change the tides of the game.
It's you and me.
It could have been helpful if they had Arena. The Empress is a really powerful ability, which will be used which can be used indefinitely, especially in a 2v2 team deathmatch. Yeah, 50-19. Bolobai. I would say that Bolobai has got it covered, Bullet.
Yeah.
Definitely. The way how they are just able to, kind of like put up that statement that, hey, we are here to win a tournament. We are not going to give up so easily. And we're just going to put up a good old classic gunfight, which opponent team will be shambled upon. So I feel like definitely they are. It looks like it done and dusted, honestly, Baba. Trust me. But hey, kudos to Muscle Varai. I know for a fact that it's the peak of the summers right now. I mean, I know it's still April, but the heat waves are happening all around the country, and it's kind of hard to get out of the house and show your competitive spirit in your favorite video game. It's hard, honestly. So kudos to them for participating in today's Alienware Gaming Saturday edition, and kudos to them for coming up to the Deluxe store to show their unconditioned love and support to this tournament.
And absolutely, folks, if you are in Chennai, there is a meet and greet with none other than Gaming Tamizhan at your nearby Dell exclusive store in Nungambakkam, Chennai. So, if you are nearby, just make sure to head on, check out the store, check out the latest products. If you want, you can register yourself for Valorant 2 to Team Deathmatch, or even you can register for Tekken 8, end up winning some great, amazing prizes, and also have a meet and greet. Tamizan is definitely in Chennai, so if you wanna get your selfies, talk to him, just head on to your nearby Dell exclusive store in Chennai.
Yeah. Let's see. 59 to 30 now. 60 to 30. Almost a 30 uh, point lead. This is very, very, I would say, hard. It's just becoming very hard for the side of Muscle Variety to defend this scoreline. Kudos to Muscle Life for not giving up here, and kudos to the side of the opponent team to actually show some respect and not give up and get those kills back to back. But look at this Arena popping off kills like anything. Oh my god, that is some serious mechanical skill right there, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. And also, with the timer being all the way up to 20 seconds, Team Bolo by, I believe they're going to end the matchup. Yeah, never mind. It's 70 kills in total. So, yeah, Team Bolo by, the second team, which will secure their next spot in the Alienware Gaming Saturdays, in which they have high likely chances of securing first or second place, which will be a total of 15,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers. So for them, they will ensure to get their victory heading towards the next phase. And I believe we still have 2 more matches to go. I believe it will be up against Team Spectre versus Fallen 27, and also you have the next matchup between Team Gaming Rowdies versus Wingman. Of course, you have the fifth game between Tuntun GG versus the matchup in which the previous matches that we've completed. It will be either Muscle Vadai, actually no, not Muscle Vadai. It's either Bolo Bai or Nami Esports. So it's either these two teams who will go up against Team Tuntun GG and definitely find a spot into the grand finals where they'll secure first or second place.
Yeah, and we will get down to the matches very shortly, folks. But remember, whether you're in Surat, whether you're in Chennai, both of the places we have amazing meet and greet session, amazing activities and goodies for you also over there. So all of the links are mentioned on the description below. Please go, and if you have the time, I mean, I know this is scorching heat at this point of time, and I know making a request like this also kind of makes me hard on myself. But if you can, make sure to go over there and check out the latest lineup of laptop coming out from the side of Delhi with M16R2, and of course have an amazing meet and greet session with all of the folks over there. But for now, folks, we will be taking a short little break here at the Alienware Gaming Saturday. Don't go anywhere. We'll be coming up with our third set of matches very shortly.
All right, folks, welcome back to yet another game of Alienware Gaming Saturdays for Valorant TDM 2v2 team deathmatch. I'm not quite sure what exactly happened from my end. I just said TDM and team deathmatch, but nonetheless, let's not waste any time at all and resume match number 3. I was about to say something like numero tres, I believe that's how you say it in Spanish. But yeah, either ways, it's up against Team Fallen 27 versus Spectre. And talking about the type of agents, we're going to be seeing Gecko being picked up. So is a simple ISO and Phoenix. Talking about the 2 kills, I believe it will be none other than Spectre. 2 kills back to back from the Ghost. 2 clean headshots, providing them the opening first blood kill and also the second to put themselves back up on the lead. Now, back again. They still have another chance, but the way how they're playing it accordingly to cross clearly determines Spectre's aim to be victorious in the first round itself. 4 shots from the Ghost. Spectre will secure 4 important frags while not being traded out in the process, which means that their kill streak has been increased to a maximum amount. I have to say for one mum, I believe that's his name. He's been doing some really great shots though. He's already secured an ace from the Ghost pistol itself. So is Sue, who will secure 7 kills in total already in the first stage itself. So Spectre doing really good though from their end.
I mean, for the side of Spectre, they were able to get some kills with the Spectre, but now having Sheriff in the hand, we do see a couple of kills here and there. It's going to be 8-1 now. And boy, some interesting and very creative in-game names of some of these players. But just for the jokes, folks, not focus on it very devotedly, if you ask me. But in terms of the agent picks, yes, it's going to be an interesting one. We do see Gecko, we do see Reyna, we do see ISO, and Gecko is someone who can actually cause a lot of trouble with his cutie small wingman, but I don't see the wingman in play for now because this is a team and the guy just want to go in for those hazing blazing. It's finally that one of the utilities getting utilized now with the DZ, but for now we don't see the same amount of kills and the same amount of retaliation in the same offensive nature, and that's going to be now coming up from the side of Fallen 27.
Yep, Fallen's 27, especially with some interesting name though from none other than Thaleo Thalalala, who's currently playing as the Reyna. Some great shots being made from Fallen 27, all the way up to 6 kills. Spectre, on the other hand, all the way up to 10. Looks like the Ghost really did made massive numbers, but not a lot was pretty much shown on the second stage itself because it was Fallen 27 with the stinger kills that we did get to see from Theo Thalalala, I believe. Thali or Thalalala, who's currently playing as the Reyna. So 6 kills, now it's up to 7. Good upgrade being picked up from Kundi Hunter, as he will make sure to get control on mid as best as possible. So the more pressure that he is placed in towards mid, the higher the chances of getting easier information. Here comes Wingman for the concussion, but turns out the timing was a bit too late. We'll be able to see the side of Team Spectre securing even much more lead, securing 13 kills in total on stage 3.
Yep. For now, it's going to be a little bit of that trouble happening up for the side of Spectre as well. We do see a good, I would say, an overall comeback coming up from the side of Fallen 27, and they're actually playing it in a very competitive spirit. And for now, it's going to be the side of ISO playing on the center. And now, as soon as we talk about the entire time frame of this particular matchup, we do see the final stage in place now. Vandals and Spectres, Vandal and Phantom, sorry, not Spectres. Vandal and Phantoms will be available to get to be used by these players. So now it can be that change of the tables can change for anyone. It's not going to be a very huge lead in the favor of Spectre, but Fallen 27 is something that they need to take care of this entire scenario because there's going to be just 5 minutes left on the clock.
Only 5 minutes left. Final stage has been unlocked, which means that both Fallen and Spectre are in equal grounds. And taking a look at the scoreboard itself, it's quite, it's both of them are going head to head. 13 to 18, they're playing it very safe. Hunter once again sees the barrel of the gun but doesn't secure the kill. One Mum secures the headshot, still securing his 4th kill, but eventually gets traded out in the process from none other than Theo Talalala. Fallen 27 making their best efforts to hold their ground as best as possible, but Sui and One Mum have something else to say, getting control on mid and ensuring that the lead will still be theirs. Stairs has got to be careful. Hunter once again not being able to detect One Mum's whereabouts. He'll get himself caught out in the process once again. 23 kills. Spectre once again holding their ground as best as possible, playing it as safe and stealthily as possible, and looks like they will end up gaining into fruition, securing 16 kills in total. They still got to worry about securing 10 more kills in the process. Hunter having the Phantom in hand, very good in close range, but not having information on 2 players that was currently near the stairs. I believe with Fallen 27 still holding their ground out, I believe that they are getting kills, but they're not racking up multi kills, which is required to make sure that they would put themselves back on an equalizer to 26. So Fallen 27, 16 kills. They've got to hold their ground every time they get the kill, so they need to rely heavily on those trades. Thale, I believe that is Thaleo Thalalala once again playing it safe this time as Hunter gets one more. So it's 17 to 26. Fallen playing it as safe as possible.
At this point of time, I feel like Fallen 27 are giving up a good fight, but Spectre are just being a couple of steps ahead of time, and that is the result of why I always say when a Valorant 2v2 team deathmatch action, you have to have that balanced gameplay in the stage 1 itself. I know it's not something which is very easy as I speak, but you need to have that initial lead, initial aggression favoring your side, because you're not able to do that, and in the first stages team is able to combat you out and have that maintaining points as soon as the next stage comes up, as soon as the time passes by. It becomes very difficult. Now, Fallen 27 is not a very bad team, I would say. It's not a very good team, I would say. But they are able to uphold the kind of gunfight Spectre is challenging them. But the point is, Spectre is able to get those initial points. Now they are able to just provide that lead. So that's that. It's very simple.
Yep. The more lead you have, the more control you have on this entire matchup. And I can clearly see that Thaleo Talalala is having so many problems sprinting, running and gunning all the way towards the side. And it will be none other than Sui who will secure the kill nonetheless. Thaleo Talalala once again, who just came out of spawn to secure that headshot. He is trying his level best to put the team back up to his equalizer as best as they can. They still have a chance to equalize it. But the way how Spectre is playing right now, playing it as patient and cautiously as ever, will make it much more difficult for Fallen 27 to put themselves back up on the equalizer. Here comes Thaleo Thalalala once again. Pushes in, and it will be none other than One Mum, the ISO, the agent itself, who is very dominant on basically securing every single 1v1 gunfights thanks to his shields. But you also have the Reyna, which could immediately dismiss every single time when a Reyna secures a kill. So there is still a chance that a Reyna can help secure Fallen 27's massive lead, but looks like Spectre has already reached all the way up to 40 kills, and they only have 50 seconds left for Fallen 27 to secure multi-kills. Thaleo Talalala once again, 4 kills in total, but eventually he will be shut down. Hunter once again trying his level best all the way from the stairs. He finds one. Second goes once again to Thaleo Talalala. 28 out of 41, but in the end, folks, it will be none other than Spectre who will secure 42 kills in total. I mean, it's about to be more than at least 45 or 46 kills, but once again, kudos to both the teams, and I really admire their participation and also their performance though from both the sides. Really great gameplays coming in from both the sides. They're still holding their ground. It's 31 to 43, but Spectre once again, they'll be able to secure this game all the way up to 44, all thanks to one mark who's been secured multi-kills all the way up from first to final stage. The pistol round all the way up to Spectre, Fallen 27. Vandal Games was obsolete. Their performance was really good, but eventually it was the lead in which we did get to see Team Spectre secure this matchup and head towards the finals. I believe finals or
Overall,
semis
good
or
gameplay.
quarters.
I love your timing of the humor. I mean, I love your humor sometimes, Baba. Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
you and Blackjack have some of the best comic timing. Trust me.
Yeah, man. Nostalgia hits hard, huh?
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, coming back to our discussion, folks. Yeah, 44-32 is a great score when it comes down to how opponent team really played it out. But the thing is, one team's gotta go and one team's gotta go proceed ahead in the next stage of matches. But for now, folks, we will take a short little break here at the Alienware Intel presents Alienware Gaming Saturdays, hosted by the Esports Club. Don't go anywhere. Make sure to like the stream. Make sure to subscribe to the Esports Club channel. We'll be coming up with our next set of matches very shortly. Hey folks, welcome back to the Alienware Intel presents Alienware Gaming Saturday is hosted by the one and only the best in the business, the Esports Club. And me and Baba Gusta are back on the desk. And Baba, yes, we have seen a couple of matches, going left, right, and center. And actually, most of the matches today, honestly speaking, have been very one-sided, 30 to 20. So yeah, for now, folks, yes, the game is about to get started, and we'll be jumping down straight into the match.
Yep. Let's not waste any time at all and start with the third matchup between Team Wingman versus Gaming Rowdies. So already we do get to see that the pistol round has already been begun, and Team Wingman has already secured their first mark, securing their first kill lead, and now they're playing it safe all the way towards the stairs.
Yep. Wingman up against Gaming Rowdies. We have seen both of the teams, playing exceptionally well in the first stage of the Alienware Gaming Saturday for the day. And we do see Stingray being the choice of the weapon from the side of Yoru. Okay, Yoru is going to be in play. I mean, we haven't seen much of Yoru when it comes down to for any of the Alienware Gaming Saturday. So this is going to be an interesting one. And how it gets utilized and how it goes inside the play can be very much interesting.
And you can clearly see how close the side of Team Wingman is playing very close towards the spawn site itself. And I believe Gaming Rowdies, I believe it's Crazy Boy who made a decision to use his teleport to go all the way towards the side. Really good attempt from both the sides, but in the end it will be none other than Cold Zera who ends up securing the kill. So 4-2 already in the second stage, and you can clearly see that Wingman they currently are the one with the lead that is currently in their pockets. Jobs trying to use the Marshal to get those frags, but unfortunately Jobs couldn't find one. Just gonna stick with Stingers, and looks like the Stingers definitely will work out well from his end. 2 kills back to back, 7-2. And now it will be 8 as Wingman takes control of the situation.
9-2 now. Stage 2 is about to get over, and we do see both our teams not on a very huge lead, but both our teams also not able to capitalize on each other's mistakes, if you ask me honestly. Couple of kills down and there, and that was a little bit of that troublesome maneuver from both sides. DZ in play, and not sure about what Hashirama was trying to do over here, but for now stage 3 will be in play and Phantoms is online. We do see the side of Shubhas taking that into account. And is that a Radiant Charm?
Yep, I believe so.
Yep.
Radiant jump.
Damn.
That's the best part about AWGS, right, Bullet? Because you'd never know.
Yeah.
One matches it's either a silver or a bronze. Next thing you know, we have a Radiant player who's actually from Chennai, who is currently competing in a Valorant 2v2 team deathmatch. You can clearly say that life is full of surprises. And taking a look at the scoreboard right now, it is 14-5. Make that 14-7 as Gaming Crowd is secured 2 kills back to back with the Spectre. As Stage 3 will commence. It's really interesting how they're not going in with Bulldogs. They're just taking it with Spectres instead, which is really a great weapon if you know how to properly handle its recoil and properly understand its pattern. But so is the Guardian though. High wall penetration, which can basically helps you enable secure those wall banks. So all in all, I would say 18-7, Wingman still in the lead.
Final stage in play, and I mean, where's the gun? Where's the gun? Small little in-game glitch, folks, but it's all fine. Yeah, talking about the entire play, when we talk about how things can actually, tussle here and there, but talking about the overall scores, something is definitely to be in point is that there's not a huge lead. 20-8 is something which Gaming Rowdies can actually surpass the side of Wingman. So I feel like this is the time right now where they need to shift up gears to the last one. I mean, if the engines have 6th or 7th maybe, but also use the little power of that nitrous if I just want to add into that Fast and Furious metaphor. But I feel like there's something wrong with what Gaming Rowdy is trying to do. Look, I mean, by looking at the movement, especially.
Crazy Boy once again. Oh boy, not good. Line of sight being reduced as Yoro tries to get away. Coldzilla takes advantage of the situation. 23 out of 11. Crazy Boy once again. Believe that he's been making a lot of plays for the side of Team Gaming Rowdies. Take a look at from Wingman's perspective. Hashirama Kunju, he tried his level best with the Phantom. He will secure 1 kill. But here comes Chobs. Out of nowhere, he secures 2 kills back to back. Still being alive. That's his 3rd kill. So is the Empress being popped up, making it much more difficult for the other side to even secure the kill. 5 kills for Chobs, 28. A huge, massive lead in the final stage. As for the side of Team Gaming Rowdies, they only have 4 minutes left to put themselves back up on the equalizer. Will it happen or will it not?
Lights out.
Let's see, man. Let's see. Anything can actually go around. I feel like at this point of time, of course, 25 or 20 is something which is very much possible, but not sure about the part where Wingman can actually lose this one. So even with the operator, look at that. Coldzera is making it look too easy, man. 32 to 16, and by the looks of it now, it seems like Gaming Rowdy is I'm gonna lose this one. It's not gonna be too easy.
Yep, in just 3 minutes left, and the way how Coldzera has been using the operator. I'm not quite sure why I said it like that, but yeah, the operator, very powerful weapon. A one-shot body shot on long range is definitely a weapon that the opponents needs to be careful about, because the lead is increasing. So is Wingman's chances of securing victory in the Alienware Gaming Saturday's matchup. 38 already. Chobs once again. This time with the 2nd time multi-kill, and Chobs. It's really interesting how he chose to push all the way through the spawn. Eventually gets picked out in the process. Again, jump peeks for info and goes away with the kill. Just like that. Coldzera has been making plays all over.
Cutting through.
Especially with those op shots, which is really tough to handle those shots. And somehow he manages to get away. Coldzera. 2nd shot. Once again, 2 HP remains. He's still alive and kicking. My god.
For now, it will be a double kill coming up on the side of Reina. From the side of Wingman, it's 44 to 80. Now, the lead is huge. The lead is something, I would say, something, I mean, which is totally not possible. I mean, I don't know what to say at this point of time.
Yeah, well, I would say for Coldzera, the jump peaks for info and securing those info into kills is really I would give S for style points for the fade right there. Unfortunately, not every time it would work most of the time. So, yeah, eventually he'll get shut down, but you still have Chobs once again securing multi-kills after multi-kills, making it much more difficult for Gaming Rowdies to come back at this point. This is the 3rd time multi-kill that we do get to witness from Chobsy to secure yet another massive lead. And for Gaming Rowdies, they're still trying to get those kills as best as possible, but it looks like it's not happening though. 52 kills, 1 minute left. Bullet, I'm pretty sure that Team Wingman will secure this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 53 to 22 is something. I mean, this is almost done and dusted. I feel like it's almost won from the side of Wingman. So good job for the side of Gaming Rowdies that they didn't give up very early. We saw that retaliation and the comeback story almost getting started when the stage 2 kicked in, but Wingman has proved themselves to be the better side for today. For this edition of Alienware Gaming Saturday, Showbiz gets down to the side of Ashiyama Kujura. Gecko goes down. Both of the players are very, not eager to come out of the respawn base, as it's going to soon come out as the invincibility goes down. Showbiz will take him down eventually. 59 to 22, make it to maybe 60, or maybe not. It's just 59-23. One more kill coming up from the side of Yoru. And that will be that, folks. One last shot, make it to 60, boy. Make it to 60. But that's going to be 59 to 20.
Yep, 59 to 23, Team Wingman will be the team that will proceed into the next phase of Alienware Gaming Saturdays. And let's not forget, folks, if you guys are in Chennai, just don't forget to check out the nearby Dell exclusive store at Nungambakkam, Chennai. So, you can get yourself registered for Valorant 2v2 Team Deathmatch. And also, there's a competition for Tekken 8 with a massive prize pool of 40,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers, 25,000 for Valorant TDM, 15,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers for Tekken 8. So if you're in Chennai, make sure to check out the store. Take a look at the latest products of Dell Alienware M16R2, and also there's a meet and greet with none other than Gaming Tamizhan. So if you're in Chennai, make sure to check out the products, get your selfies, talk to your favorite influencers, and most of the stuff. But I believe that we will have yet another match for Valorant 2 to Team Deathmatch. We just need to wait for the brackets to come, just align properly. But before that to happen, folks, we'll be taking a short little break, and we'll be right back.
Well, folks, welcome back to the Alienware presents Alienware Gaming Saturday, hosted by the Esports Club. Your customers today, Bullet and Babab are back on the desk, and we'll be jumping straight into the game. And I believe this is going to be the quarter finale, if I'm not wrong, and if my calculations are completely correct. My maths and my calculations are sometimes very bad. But I'm Esports, facing up the side of Tung Tung.
It's like an interesting name to start things off, especially I'm guessing it's a quarterfinals up against Nami Esports versus Tuntun GG. Interesting choices of agents as we do get to see a KJ being brought up from the side of Tuntun GG. Clove once again using haste with a follow-up attack with 2 kills already on the second. I mean, on the first stage itself, I just realized that Clove actually had picked an upgrade from the map itself, providing him the advantage that he needs to secure those multi kills. And now stage 2 has been opened up. It is 3-4, and you can clearly see how Nami Esports are playing it very safe though, playing around Killjoy's utilities. But turns out Clove's ability proves to be even much more dangerous, knowing that you have the haste, you still have the smokes. Also, the sting is that just secured 2 kills back to back. But still, in the end, it's still a 5-5 equalizer on stage 2. Makes it an interesting situation for both these teams to see which team will proceed into the next phase of the AWGS.
Let's see. I feel like both of the teams look very equally balanced in terms of taking those gunfights and actually playing on that trade game. I see Killjoy breaking down the side of Rocky. Reina comes up from behind to take down the same guy, and then Killjoy was able to actually win that overall gunfight. Making it almost like a double kill for him. So overall, a great play from both sides, and this is the kind of like a gameplay that we really wanted to see when it comes down to Alienware Gaming Saturday. That both of the teams are shining bright like a diamond in terms of the gunfight, but still there will be like those differences which is gonna pave them the way to the next stage.
It is 6-7. Currently, Tuntun GG are the ones who are in the lead, and I believe they're playing it as safe as possible. So I believe once they get the lead, all they have to do is just wait patiently for the opponents to arrive right at their crosshairs and just get the advantage that they need. Hyperion detects one of the players who currently has the Marshal in hand. Actually, not the Marshal, it's the Outlaw that tries to secure a kill or two. Unfortunately, both of those shots missed. Nami Esports once again on the defensive zone. They have the lead. They're playing it patiently. Rocky once again finds the players in the crosshair, and Hyperion secures it, equalizes it. But once again, Nami Esports back in the lead as the trade will commence thanks to Reina. But he has no idea that there is one player playing from the backside, and that is Killjoy, as he secures 2 kills. Just like that, Tuntun GG 10 kills as the final stage commences right now with a very less kill streak coming in from both the sides. Actually, not kill streak, just the score. It's 9-10 with Tuntun GG being in the lead, 12 kills.
Yep. Now it comes down to the slow and steady gameplay, the slow and steady approach from both sides, and now we are actually in the final stage. So it's almost look like both of the teams. It's not just one team, Baba. Both of the teams are playing it really, really slave. They're not giving away the audio cues that which you usually don't see in a team deathmatch. Both of the teams are like rushing at each other and making sure that it's more of like a run and gun gameplay. It's team deathmatch at the end of the day. But both of the teams are not playing like one. If you see at this point of time, you see those utilities going right. You see those smokes being in play. You see both our teams trying to use a great maneuvering tactic. So yeah, both of the teams know for the fact that they are playing with the fact that they want to win this one. Win it very hard. By hook, they want to just win this one.
Yep. And you can clearly see how most of TDM death matches that we've casted, it's always about aggressive play styles. But looking at this matchup though between Nami Esports and Tuntun GG, they're playing it very safe, like so safe in a way that if they are the ones who are in the lead, just play it safe. hold your ground. Just wait for them to come to you, and that's where you would take the advantage. Sometimes it's working out, sometimes it does not, because Nami Esports, they clearly know what's happening, and you can clearly see that the advantage is clearly in their hands, because the control, map control is always important, especially in towards mid. Because if you have that, if you secure kills, you can just easily fall back, get the recovery orbs, put yourself back up to 100 HP, and then contest back again while not wasting any second at all. That's the power of position control. And that's the best part about TDM Deathmatch. It looks very small, but it basically teaches you the basic fundamentals on how every single gunfight works on a game like Valorant. So 14-16, Tuntun GG once again. They're in the lead, but Nami Esports are slowly coming back with yet another kill where it could happen from Rocky. If he secures it, sees one, doesn't get the shot, and here comes the instant gunfight. Who will win it? It's Killjoy nonetheless. And so is Hyperion, who will double down on the lead, making it 18-19 with the op shots. Tuntun GG in the lead.
Yeah. Now comes down to the fact there's not a lot of time, there's not a lot of that opportunities left for you to grab on and just get those kills. 15-19 now. Rocky gets one, but Killjoy will be taken down from the hands of Killjoy will be able to take down Rocky. Hyperion goes off for one more kill on Sadrano, taking her nemesis down. On a map, there's actually there's a lot of the chance for a long range gunfight, especially on the middle lane and the right lane area, but we do see the left one on the eastern side from this particular perspective. If you're watching right now from the perspective of Rocky, the most of the gunfight is happening at the eastern side. It's not happening on the western side, so might be one of the teams can switch up this one, just play at the center of the map and push them for a long range gunfight. A little bit of the surprise attack. Killjoy wasn't able to land the shot, but Hyperion will be able to do one. 27-18.
28 kills, Tuntun GG once again in the lead, and this time you can clearly see that the defensive maneuvers from Tuntun GG have been changed up significantly. Now they decided, you know what? Since the defensive maneuvers are not working out from the KJ's turret, and even with the alarm bot, might as well go all in, and all in it is from Killjoy. 2 kills back to back, and the aggressive play styles unfortunately will come to a halt as Rock and Reina does the same thing from their end as well. 21 Empress unlocked. Nami Esports looking for an opening. 1 minute and 20 seconds, which means that time is of the essence. And for Nami Esports, the more they start losing, the more problems that they're going to face, because it's 33 kills. They need 10 kills in order to ensure that they would come back. And it's making it even much more difficult as Tuntun GG. They have secured a massive lead here. 35. Killjoy once again sprays and commits, but it will be Rocky who ends up finally getting the kill. 50 seconds, 35 kills. Nami Esports facing major issues here.
Yeah, now 45 seconds left on the clock. It's 25-36 now. Tuntun GG are able to capitalize on a lot of that details, and it's going to be a little hard for the side of Nami Esports. Apologies for that word. Nami Esports. It's very hard now because they're not able to capitalize on a lot of that. A lot of that pointers. Then Killjoy getting a double back to back. Now it's going to be a straight up victory, folks. In 50 seconds, there's no way you can get 15 or 20 kills. It's not going to happen.
Yep. I mean, that's a lot of lead though that Tuntun GG have secured, and I believe it will be Tuntun GG who will secure this matchup. Valorant 2v2 Team Deathmatch of Alienware Gaming Saturdays. Congratulations to them, and for Nami Esports, just really admire them for their participation of the game. We did get to see their performance as well in the first matchup of the stream. Really good performance from them, and also I believe for our Valorant 2v2 Team Deathmatch, that will be all from us. But not to worry, we are not going to leave just yet. We still have Tekken 8 to be streamed, and I believe that will be happening in Surat. So right now for Chennai, guys, if you are in Chennai right now, don't forget there is a meet and greet with Gaming Tamizhan at your nearby Dell exclusive store at Nungambakam, Chennai. So if you are in Nungambakkam, Chennai, if you want to check out the products of Dell Alienware M16R2, make sure to check out the store. Make sure to compete, register for tournaments for Valorant 2v2 Team Deathmatch, and also Tekken 8 1v1. There's a major prize pool of a total of 40,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers. So go ahead, check it out. But for now, Valorant 2 to Team Deathmatch, it is officially done for Alienware Gaming Saturdays for today. But we still have Tekken 8, which will happen on Surat though. So I'm quite excited, Bullet. What do you think?
I feel like, I mean, when it comes down to that individual games, whether it's EAFC, uh, Tekken 8, couple down in the past, we have also seen the games as well, EAFC and other games. But when it comes down to the individual game, it also comes down to that having that mindset, having that mentality, having that confidence to participate in a tournament like this, and pave your way and into kind of like a semi-LAN kind of like environment at the Deluxe store. So it's a great way to honor your skills and improve your talents when it comes down to Alienware Gaming Saturdays initiative. But for now, folks, we'll take a short little break here at the Alienware Rental presents Alienware Gaming Saturday, hosted by the Esports Club. I'll be coming up with the Tekken 8 action very shortly.
All right, folks, we are back with Alienware Gaming Saturdays. This time, we'll be casting our matches for Tekken 8. So it's going to be an amazing one to look at. I mean, usually most of the AWGS matches that we stream are usually Valorant 2 to team death matches. But for now, today, it will be Tekken 8. So I would say that for Tekken 8, it's going to be an amazing one to look at. So, Bullet, I believe right now the matches that we're going to be casting will be in Surat, right?
Yeah, it will be in the different city compared to what Valorant was at, but I guess it will be in Chennai. Confirming from the backend team. It will be in Chennai, and it will be the Tekken 8 1v1 games. And the first placed individual to win out the entire Tekken 8 competition will take home 10,000 worth of Amazon vouchers. And the second placed individual, who will be the runner up of the grand finale, will take home 5k worth of Amazon vouchers.
Yep. So without any further delays itself, folks, we are just going up against the first matchup itself. It will be none other than Arav Shah versus Harshit Mundra. Both of them will be playing as the king, and we all know how King is powerful with his grappling skills. But most of the time, clearly get to see the shots that are being made, and you can clearly see that Arav Shah is already starting things off with a huge one. Rage drive being used, but it immediately gets countered up. I'm pretty much sure we get to see that Arnav Shah will start things off, securing his first round.
Yeah, definitely we do see the side of Arav securing the first round in this first matchup. A couple of good combos coming up from the side of King. Both of the players are coming up from the side of Harshad though, but eventually we do see the side of Arnav reversing a lot of those moves coming up from the side of Arav. There you go. It will be the one last final bro to secure this one up in this BO6, or maybe he can actually extend this one more. Final blow coming up from the side of Arav. And there we go. It will be an almost and comeback actually. Now both of the players are playing as King. I was a little bit confused, but that was the final blow, and that last round was Harshit, making it even Steven 1-1 round for both sides.
Yep. And right now, with both of them equalizing the round, you can clearly see that the kicks are being used quite some time. I would say that Arav Shah has been, let's just say that he's been working out quite a lot. Punches are being made all the way from mid shots. A little bit of spam coming in from the side of Arav. Still alive and kicking, and so is him securing one more round. He's currently in match point. Clearly see that the kicks being used from Arav Shah and quite a lot significantly. Here comes the overhead shot from Harshit. Able to secure quite a lot of shots. Looks like he will get some airtime being implemented from Harshit. Be able to take a lot of advantage from it. And here comes an unblockable attack, followed up with a huge punching attack. With Arav Shah being very low on HP, but the more attacks he deals, the more health that he'll be able to recover. And you can clearly see that Harshit, he still has the advantage, but turns out Arav Shah has been constantly poking him in a way that is making it difficult for Harshit to even go with those attacks.
Yeah, and you do see now this can be anyone's game. The both guys are there, but no, it will be the side of Arav to win up this first matchup against the side of Harshit.
And just like our usual games on a Valorant 2 to team deathmatch, you'd usually wait for 10 minutes. But when it comes to a 1v1 fighters game, usually it does end up, completing the game very quickly. So I would say that for the first match, I would say Arav Shah, he'll be the one to start things off, winning his first matchup as the king. But the game of Tekken is that there's a lot of other characters that you could go from. My usual go-to for my characters is basically from a character named as Heihachi Mishima. I used to play a lot back when I was playing on Tekken 7. Tekken 8, not a lot. I have been seeing a lot of matches. I did seen a lot of changes in Tekken 8 where players were not actually quite happy with the changes, especially with all of the characters having so many movesets that was focused more on defensive play, but turns out it ended up adding more aggressive playstyles on Tekken 8, in which the whole meta for Tekken 8 changed entirely. But all in all, we'll only get to see it once we get to see the next matchup, which will be, I believe, it will be Jahid Syed versus Naitik Patel. I believe that will be the second matchup. So, Bullet, first matchup, it was King versus King. What do you think is going to happen on the second matchup?
I feel like we'll definitely see the variation. In Tekken, there are more than 10 and 20 characters where you can choose from variety of characters. So I feel like definitely we'll see that change coming in, or maybe if there's like a like I like it in a city where a lot of these players are very new to the Tekken universe. So I think like maybe the same variations can be picked up from both sides. But for now, folks, the game is about to begin. Let's jump up straight into the game. It's going to be Jahid Sayyed facing up the side of Natik Patel in the second matchup.
Yep, we just need to check what kind of characters would they go up against. And also the thing about Tekken is that there are like three stages, if I remember right. I mean, if you get caught off on the corners, you basically head in towards an even downer phase, basically making sure that you won't get caught up on the corners. But you know. I believe on Tekken 8 we might be able to see that. But yeah, it's up against Jahid Syed versus Naitik Patel. And I believe it is Dragunov versus Yoshimitsu. Yoshimitsu's power up is really powerful though. Especially once you get the combos right, and you can clearly see the combos being dealt around from Yoshimitsu. A little bit of mid attacks followed up with low blows. Really good, especially if you're trying to go in for the pokes. But take a look at Dragunov's though. Huge push up. The punishment is way too much. You clearly see that the airtime is being delivered, and Dragunov will be able to get like multi kills from that, and eventually he will get that first kill. I mean, I wouldn't say first kill, first win.
So the first round victory has actually been complained by getting in the favor of Jahid Syed. Then now it's going to be a little bit of that trouble coming up from the side of Natik Patel as well. But he was able to do a lot of damage with that initial combos being in play. And like you said, when it comes down to Yoshimitsu, the combos are perfectly well if utilized well. But now the second round also goes in the favor of Jahid playing with that Dragunov. Some basic moves are getting utilized: front grapple, low grapple, and of course some of these aerial moves, because again Tekken it is a 3D kind of like a fighting game. It's not based on a 2D settings where you can actually move left, right. Where you in this game you can actually do a lot of these aerial moves, and some of these reversals can be really deadly. But I feel like this will be done and dusted, and yeah, it will be eventually. Yeah, it takes down the set of Natik Patel in a 3-0 round score, and that was pretty quick if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. So quick that it was basically quicker than any cooking food that you get to see it, right? I mean, usually when I cook my food, it tends to happen more like 10 to 15 minutes, usually because I mess things up. But there are some talented chefs who would actually completes their food, I mean completes making a fantastic dish within just 2 or 3 minutes. I mean,
Yeah.
me, I take like 5 to 6 minutes to cook an omelet, but usually chef does it in just 30 to 40 seconds, I believe. But yeah, all in all, really good matchup though from the second matchup.
Yeah.
Dragunov, really great match. And I would say on the third matchup, I believe it is Aman versus Rani Devi. Interesting matchup, I would say. Can't wait to see what kind of characters do we get to see on the third one.
Yeah, I'm facing up Rani Devi. So, and then interesting, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a female individual playing up in the third matchup against Aman. So that's really interesting to see, and that's really appraising work that we also have a lot of these female gamers taking participating in the Alienware Gaming Saturday, presented by Alienware, and of course hosted by the Esports Club. We'll be jumping out of the game anytime, folks, now. And yes, we have seen a lot of these combos, pretty much it. And I feel like both of the matches for now have been resulted in a very quick succession, after one after another and one after another. So might be in this game we will see a decent balanced matchup.
I mean, that's basically, I believe that's how brackets goes, right? So usually like we'll have like more than 10 to 20 participants competing for the tournament, out of which 20 we will always have that one match that is always even Stevens on quarters and semis and grand finals, and that's usually where most of the fights would happen. But let's not forget, folks, guys, if you are in Chennai or at Surat, there is you also can get to register on these tournaments for Valorant PvP Deathmatch, and also for EAFC 24, Tekken 8, which is happening both on Chennai and Surat. But for now, folks, third matchup, it will be none other than Aman versus Rani Devi, and I believe this will be a mirror matchup with both of them picking Lily.
Both of the players picking up Lily is it can be a addition of two things. Both of the players know how both of the players know how this specific character is actually utilized well, and all of the things can play it pretty well. But when it comes down to how it looks like in previous AWGS, and I feel like this one, it is like those both of the players are pretty much new, and one of the players picked up Lily, and the other one is like, hey, I'm gonna pick up the same. I feel like that's the case.
Basically, you either play fire with fire, and turns out sometimes it works. The grapple works out. So is the confirmation on their first, actually 2 wins coming in from Rani Devi. So the first thing, you can clearly see that most of the attacks are high attacks. So every time you go in for the block, the only way to counter a block is through a grapple. So if you are currently in the grapple state, it's always about the guessing game. If you guess it right on which movement that the player has used, you can basically counter it with the same in order to cancel its grapple effect. So you can't block every single time. And with that, folks, we'll be able to see Rani Devi secure the matchup with Lily. And with that, that is the third matchup done and dusted very quickly. And that's the thing about Tekken 8, right? The thing about hits is that you have 3 types of hit. You have high hit, you have the mid hit, and then you have the low hits. The low hits deal not a lot of damage. The high hit really does. Basically, it always comes down to the frame hits. The high has very high frames. I mean, when you talk about frames, it's always about the animation. So the higher the frames, the higher the damage. But there's always counters to it. So say, like, for an example, if one of them goes in for a high hit, you can actually counter it with the low or mid. And it depends on the type of characters you're playing. And say, like, if a character keeps blocking every single time, you can grapple it. That's where Lion comes into play. Lion is really great when it comes to a grapple character, because Lion is really good. I mean, especially when it comes to grappling. Say like, if like, you can change grapple, especially when they're in a flying state. That's usually where we call it as. I mean, there's a lot of combinations that we get to talk about in Tekken 8, but yeah, talking about the third matchup, Rani Devi will secure her first matchup. She'll be able to secure it, and yeah, we'll be having like multiple brackets, which means that I'm guessing it's a double LM. So basically, they would have like a second chance to basically try their luck once again. And yeah, fourth matchup, Nisarg Singh versus Bhushan Bolwani. That would be the fourth matchup for today's Tekken 8.
Yeah, I mean, things can go anywhere around on how some of these players are actually, playing this game. I mean, most of the matches are having pretty quick, but for now, we do see the change. Finally, it's going to be King and the classic cult character that we always see in Tekken, which is going to be none other than Jin Kazama. So King up against the side of Jin. Jin is one of the classic where you get all of those mid-range combos pretty well, but King is someone that the grapple and the lower jab attacks are pretty strong. So it will be up to the side of the players how they can utilize each other's capabilities pretty well. But there you go, Jin Kazama will be able to do that 4-hit 10-49 damage combo. So he goes up the first round for himself. That's going to be, of course, player named as Nisar.
Yep. And also, let's not forget, there's a lot of unblockable attacks in which the player needs to be careful on. So it's always aggression after aggression. And you can clearly see that Jin being able to secure the first. He wants to continue the aggression, but look at the counter though from King. Being able to grapple it immediately in mid-air to catch him off the act. So all Jin needs to do is try to go in with the counters. Grapple unsuccessful on the counters for Jin. So he's going to take quite a lot of damage. Here comes the power dive. Will it connect? No, blocks immediately as Jin goes in with the pokes once again. Can he be able to take him out? Yes, indeed. Jin goes in with yet another second denial. With him being on match point, it will be even much more tougher for King. You can clearly see the amount of counters that you get to see from King's end. If one of them goes for Rage Rev, another goes in once again. Great counters though from the grapple and a second follow-up grapple. That's a lot of major damage being dealt around, but Jim once again will be able to recover major damage from it. The grappling King will be able to secure yet another one, but it's still not enough. Jin just going in for those pokes once again, but Jin needs to figure out a way to counter those grapples, because if he doesn't, it's going to be much more difficult for Jin to deal with it. So here you go. Here comes the poke and the succession. 3 victories back to back. Jin secures it.
And yeah, this is like I said, this is about the beauty, and I would say even the one of the
Mhm.
problems with Tekken, if you ask me honestly, if one of the players is able to dominate back-to-back 3 rounds, six in less than 40 seconds, 30 seconds on the clock, and the entire match is done and dusted. Especially if it's like a best of one, entire
Mhm.
matchup where you have in Tekken. You have those 3 rounds. But for now, first, we'll be taking a short little break here at the Alienware Intel presents Alienware Gaming Saturdays, hosted by the Esports Club. Don't go anywhere. We'll come up after a short little break.
Alienware Gaming Saturdays. Once again, we are here to talk to start talking about Tekken 8 with me as the caster Bavagusta and also my co-caster Bullet. As once again we are going to be talking about Tekken 8. Talking about the whole tournament itself, Alienware Gaming Saturdays. It's being held on two places, folks. One on Chennai, second in Surat. So Chennai, you have a meet and greet with none other than Gaming Tamizhan at your nearby Dell exclusive store in Nungambaku, Chennai. So if you are nearby Chennai, make sure to check out the store, make sure to register, make sure to check out the amazing products for Dell Alienware M16R2. But for now, folks, let us not waste any time at all and start things off with the matchup. With match number 5, it will be up against it's up against Virat Gandhi versus Fallen God. Looks like we'll be able to see yet another matchup between Dragunov versus Yoshimitsu. So last time, as I remember right, it was all about those specialty moves that we did get to see from Yoshimitsu, and Dragunov once again going with the jump. Basically, to try to dodge things off from mid, so that he'll be able to try to go in for a simple poke. Here comes the simple combo from Dragunov. We'll be able to tag some minor damage. A jump high hit will be made, but Yoshimitsu, he chose to stand still, but maybe he just wants to reset a bit. Maybe he's just trying to check things out, see everything is going well from his end, and looks like he does. Each smash has been done, so is the combos. Being able to deal major damage with some juggle combos being made from Fallen God. Massive damage will be dealt, so is the counter from Dragunov. A really good grapple to try to get some minor flows from his end, and Yoshimitsu really needs to be careful though. So some slashes will be made and unblockable attack, which makes it much more difficult for Dragunov to fall back. Rage drives will be made, so is the grapple being countered, and Yoshimitsu will secure the first win. Fallen God looking really good. Here comes the heat smash, some minor damage being dealt around, but it will be the combo that Dragunov will be able to do some. But looks like Yoshimitsu will be able to find the opening, and that opening will deal major damage to him. Counter will be made, so is the punish. Maximum damage in the corner. Dragunov needs to get out of that place, or else he'll be dealt with some major damage, especially with the fallout from those juggles. Very low on HP. Yoshimitsu, one slice, and a confirmation on the win. Fallen God, one more round left in order to secure the kill, and Dragunov just doing his level best to try to go in with some certain combos, followed up with some certain grapples. Turns out it's not quite working out well, as Yoshimitsu has been countering them left, right, and center. Those combos are so deadly. Once he finds the hit, and once you get to see Dragunov being at a fallen state, it makes it even much more difficult. The punishment that we get to see from Yoshimitsu, it is just so massive. A little bit of mid hit followed up with some highs, but looks like Dragunov has something else to say from his end. Will this connect? Will it be a block? No, it does not. And looks like that will be the end, as Fallen God will secure his matchup against Viraj Gandhi. And I have to say, fifth matchup, Yoshimitsu, a really nice counters that are coming in from his end. So yeah. And of course, folks, if there's also a competition that's happening in Surat as well, with a total prize pool of 30,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers, and those two games are none other than EAFC 24 1v1s and Tekken 8 1v1s. And I believe that is actually happening in, I believe that's happening in Surat, if I can get the information right. Yes, it is happening at your nearby Dell exclusive store at Adajan, Surat. So if you are nearby Dell exclusive store, make sure to check out the products of Dell Alienware M16R2, and of course you have a meet and greet with none other than Rocky and RDX in Surat. In Chennai, how you have a meet and greet with none other than Gaming Tamizhan near Nungambaku, Chennai, and in Surat, Adajan with a meet and greet with Rocky and RDX. So price pool itself 30k and 40k. 30k for EAFC 24 and Tekken 8, and of course in Chennai you have a 40,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers for Valorant TDM 2v2 and Tekken 8 1v1. But for now, folks, we'll be taking a short little break, as we'll be right back with Tekken 8 action once again. Don't go anywhere. All right, folks, we are back with once again with Alienware Gaming Saturdays with Tekken 8 matchups. So, without any further ado, we are jumping right into the action with our sixth matchup of the day, if I remember correctly. So, it's up against Vyom Purohit versus Sanket Chauhan, I believe. Sorry, it's Sanket Chavan. So, taking a look at the characters itself, it is Dragonov versus Raven. It's interesting how many players are currently playing Dragonov quite a lot. That could be the meta for Tekken 8. I'm not quite sure, but yeah. Looking on the first round itself, you clearly see that Vyom Purohit have secured round number 1. Quite a lot of good counters and punish that we do get to witness from Dragonov's end itself. But here comes Raven with a little bit of punish on himself. But look at the counters though from Dragonov. Immediately flips back up, secures the hit, and also the second round win as well. A sweeping low kick to give himself the first hit to put themselves back up on the advantage. Dragonov, not a single hit to be delivered. You clearly see that there's a slight bit of combinations, a bit of high and lows, but Raven once again good counters using the power of the grapple to counter hit. Turns out that sweeping kick makes it even much more difficult. Raven once again, the rage drive will be able to connect, but I'm pretty sure that Dragonov will survive with these multi-hits that we get to see from Raven's end. Yep, there you go. Still alive and kicking. Raven has got to be really careful though, because he's going to be dealt around with a simple sweeping kick and a simple low kick hit. And with it, Vyom Purohit will be able to secure this matchup. And I believe we just have to wait for 2 more matches that we have for our Tekken 8 matchup. So I believe it is Parth Power versus Ansh Prajapati. And of course, our 8th matchup for the day, Prasam YouTube. I mean, it's Prasam YT, of course, who's going to go up against Shuraim Patel. So, a lot of matches that we've seen from Tekken 8. And the one thing that I'm still still concerned about where is Lee? Why don't I see Lee on Tekken 8? Huh? Where is Heihachi Mishima? Like I don't see these two characters, and yet all I see is just Dragonov every single wear on third matches. So I believe if folks right here who are watching the stream right now, or maybe who are, I believe, the seventh matchup between Parth Power or Anj Prajapati. If you guys pick up Lee or maybe Heihachi, that would be really good, because Heihachi has like really great combos though, especially with some projectile attacks, which definitely helps. I think there isn't a projectile attacks. I'm sorry about that, but yeah, all in all, I'm still quite curious to look at the other characters from Tekken 8, because there's quite a lot. I mean, I believe there is more than 24 or 25 characters in Tekken 8, which are with a different types of move sets. One prefers on grappling, just like we get to see from King. The other, most probably from pokes, that we do get to see from Jin. And you also have a little bit of combinations that would definitely helps in making some changes quite to the game. And I believe we might be able to get that matchup as soon as possible. But for now, folks, once again, the prize pool. Let's not forget about the prize pool, of course. 30,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers that is currently in Surat for EAFC 24 1v1. 15k, 15k being split up for both the games for EAFC 24 and Tekken 8. First prize is 10,000 rupees, and second place 5,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers. The same thing also goes in Chennai as well, but there's a slight difference in prize pool. 25,000 rupees for Valorant TDM 2v2 team deathmatch. For first place, 15,000 rupees and 10,000 rupees respectively. And of course, Tekken 8 1v1s for 15,000 rupees. First place, 10,000 rupees and 5,000 rupees respectively. And of course, you have a meet and greet in Chennai as well from Gaming Tamizhan in Chennai. And of course, in Surat, we have a meet and greet with Rocky and RDX. So we always conduct Alienware Gaming Saturdays on every Saturdays. It depends on which state is in. Today it's in Chennai and Surat. I believe hopefully in next Saturday we might see Bengaluru. We might see Bengaluru, Delhi, or Mumbai respectively. But for now, folks, enough about that. Let us just continue the matchup. I believe it is Parth Power versus Ansh Prajapati. Once again, still hoping for Lee, but no, it's Devil Jin versus Yoshimitsu. Let's not forget, Jin has two types of forms. One is the simple Jin, second is the Devil Jin. Devil Jin is like the most, let's just say the badass of badasses in the Tekken universe. And the thing about the story between Devil Jin is that Heihachi, Jin versus Heihachi was the first story in the Tekken series, and then next thing you know, the more story combined, you clearly get to see that Heihachi wins up against Devil Jin. Devil Jin is like the bad version of it, but the amount of combos that you get to see from Devil Jin is quite a lot. But taking a look at the matchup though between Parth Power and Ansh Prajapati, all Yoshimitsu had to do was just uppercut and just cancel out the rage drive. But yeah, all in all, taking a look at it, Yoshimitsu round one will be his, but turns out the amount of poke that Jin has been dealing is quite a lot, so he has to cancel out, which is going with a simple grapple and a bit of a corner hit to deal some major damage. So he's still alive and kicking, not for long. A simple poke, I wouldn't say a simple poke, it's just a simple mid attack will ensure that Jin will be able to secure the win on the second round itself. So looks like we're going all the way down to the bottom. Round number 3, Yoshimitsu once again, a huge smash in which will be blocked just a little bit from Yoshimitsu. He'll be alive, and let's not forget, the more attack he secures, the more HP that he'll be able to recover. That's the thing about Tekken 8. Tekken 7, it's always about blocking, but in Tekken 8, it's always about regen on every single hit that you make. Looking at it, Yoshimitsu once again in a bit of a state of bother because Jin's combo has been working out quite well, and even the counter is also working well for Jin's end, making it much more difficult for Ansh Prajapati to secure round number 4, because Devil Jin, he's the one who's at match point. Here comes the uppercut, here comes the combo, the juggles working out perfectly in perfect unison, making it much more difficult for Yoshimitsu. He needs to cover up, figure out a way to try to cancel out the flow, but turns out Yoshimitsu, he is in a state of bother, so he's going to use his rage drive. Not going to work out because that block happens, so is the damage. Devil Jin needs to be careful because that rage drive is going to deal massive damage. Look at that, chunks and chunks of damage being taken out. He's going to be careful of the blocks. He's currently in the corner. He needs to get out of that corner, and he does not. Yoshimitsu gets it. 2-2. Now is the final round. Winner takes all. Devil Jin's got to be really careful of Yoshimitsu's high attack, because once that does, the combo will be much more difficult. Here comes the push, here comes the attack. Corners from Devil Jin, major damage being dealt around. So is Yoshimitsu still being alive and kicking. Devil Jin's got to be careful though, because he is very low on HP. The Rage Drive will be activated once he's at a quarter amount of HP. Damage being dealt around, so is the squad that would deal massive damage. And Ans Prajapati will win it out with the final round. And with it, we will get to see the 7th matchup being completed. I would say that this matchup was actually really good. Devil Jin versus Yoshimitsu. I believe it all came down to the final Rage Dive that Yoshimitsu did eventually dealt massive damage to him. Devil Jin, on the other hand, the amount of combos that we did get to see to him was really good, especially once a player gets into his vulnerable state. That's exactly where he'll be able to dish out maximum damage. The combos was actually really good though, coming in from Devil Jin's side. Yoshimitsu, on the other hand, all he had to do was just read and predict exactly at what time Devil Jin would actually go for those moves. So he would go in with a punishment of his own, in which Ans Prajapati definitely did work out well. So congratulations to him. I believe we still have another matchup. I believe it is Prasam YT versus Shuraim Patel. Once again, quite excited to see what kind of characters we get. Maybe we might see another matchup with Dragonov versus Yoshimitsu. Still waiting for Heihachi. I mean, where is Heihachi? Huh? I know, I'm asking this because I'm a Heihachi main back in Tekken 7 days, but usually Heihachi has really great combos that would definitely bring a lot of spice into the game. But you still have King. King is really good for grapples, with continuous grapples and rage drives, which definitely makes it much more difficult. And also, I believe you still have Eddie, right? I think Eddie should also be there. Yeah, I remember. Eddie is notoriously known for his maximum pokes, for his low attacks on Tekken 7. And I believe he's even much more of a menace on Tekken 8 as well. Although, we just have to wait and see what's going to happen, folks. But for now, I believe I did get a call from the broadcast, which means that we'll be taking a slight little break, and we'll be right back as soon as possible. Don't go anywhere. once again with Alienware Gaming Saturdays. This time, Tekken 8, match number 8. Also, it actually rhymes well because it's Tekken 8, match number 8. It's up against Prasam YT versus Shuraim Patel. Let's not waste any time and just head on into the action. And I believe we will get Jin versus Steve. Oh, yes, I forgot. Steve, once again, Steve is a really good character, and he's more focused on, a simple combos. He usually doesn't use his kicks more often. His combos heavily rely on highs and lows, which is really good for making multiple types of combos. On the other hand, Jin is just going in with the usual peaks and counters. Really nice dodge followed up with some high attack kicks, but in the end it will be Jin who is basically the poke god at this point, being able to get those initial first hits and also just spams. Spams work most of the time, but the thing about combos is that combos usually works on the other side, and the thing about Tekken 8 is that you never show your back to your opponent. Looks like Jin especially does that. Steve will be able to get that advantage, cornering the players, but now it's Jin's turn. Never mind, it's Steve's turn. Put themselves back in towards the corner. Grapple being immediately countered, and here comes Steve once again with a 1-2 combo with a simple shot. And this time he's just going in with the low blows. Low blows not working out. Jin immediately connects, and with that, I believe that he will secure the second round as well. All it needs is a simple shot. And there you go. 2 rounds. Back to back at the hands of Prasam YT, and with it, the third round being in match point, and also the hands of Prasam, who is looking really good with his simple spam, all the way with a simple, a high attack, which is really good. But for Steve, all he needs to do is just find a simple hit, maybe a simple kick or maybe a down to the head. Wait a minute, that's a good combo. There you go, good shots. Being able to put Jin at a vulnerable state will deal some maximum damage. Definitely needs to make good use of the advantage, but here comes Jin once again. Juggles working out well, not for long. Once again, the spams that would definitely put Steve in a very predictable moment, but he needs to find that proper timing. That's a very high frame, corners hit, that's good, and also even much more better. But here comes the mid shot from Jin, immediately shutting down Steam, and with it, the spam god Prasam will secure his victory. Up against Steve, Shuraim Patel, once again, thank you for participation. And once again, to all the participants participating for Tekken 8, we give you huge kudos, because without you, this tournament wouldn't have happened in the first place, because Alienware Gaming Saturdays happen on every Saturdays with a massive prize pool of, a massive prize pool of, let me just get my information right. There you go. 40,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers, which is in Chennai. And of course, 30,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers that has currently been happening in Surat. So being able to compete in these tournaments not only ends up securing, getting Amazon gift vouchers, this definitely helps in, really great offers in which you'd be able to get yourself a Dell Alienware M16R2, the latest in, especially in the Dell market, especially when you need a laptop, which, you need help in your business, or if you need to work for your programmings, focus more on your art, or especially have a chill time and play some video games. Dell Alienware M16R2 is definitely a product to have, and especially lightweight. You can play games in anywhere you want. But for now, folks, once again, a short little break, and we'll be right back as soon as possible. All right, folks, we are back once again with the Alienware Gaming Saturday's Tekken 8. And I believe we have a lot of participants competing in this tournament. So it's going to be a lot of massive matches that we do get to cast. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the match right now. And it will be up against Shibu Gupta versus Arav Shan. Let's not forget, Jack 8 has actually a very powerful move where it can one-shot an opponent. All Jack 8 has to do is just keep charging all the way till 8, I believe, in order to one-punch the opponent. But it's a very high, powerful wind-up. But yeah, going up against King, the grappler, combo expert, all he needs to do is just make sure to get that proper fighting head and he will get it, but looks like Jack 8 will get it instead. And the thing about Jack is that he has like his attacks are very powerful, but it takes a lot of time, let's just say a lot of frame, in order to get that damage done. So you can clearly see Jack 8 is just one powerful hit. It just deals massive damage, and you need to figure out a way to either counter it with a mid punch or a grapple, in which the King can do. But unfortunately, he does not. Jack 8 once again secures round number 2. All he has to do is just high hits, keep spamming 1, 2, and 3. But wait a minute, King has something else to say with his counter, with a simple swipe low and followed up with a really good uppercut. But this time, he's just keeping his spacings for now. But looks like two of those kicks will connect. Another kick. I would say King has to go in with a simple grapple combo in order to put themselves back up in the flow. But turns out Jack 8 has things under control with yet another kick all the way towards mid. And this time, King is playing it safe. King is like, you know what? No, I don't want to take major damage. But let's not forget, time is of the essence. And he only has 20 seconds left to do so. King is actually going in with a spam low. And looks like it's working out well. No, looks like he has found a counter. King might be able to get a win, and looks like he does. 13 seconds left. King had secured it. The match still lives on. Araf Shah. He's got to be really careful, though. Here comes the hit. Jack 8 still. He's got to be careful of those spams, though. But turns out his controller got disconnected, so we have to wait for like 2 seconds. Not to worry, folks. I believe we've got some breathing room for Araf Shah. No, never mind. Again, controller problems. Not to worry. He's back in the game. Jack 8 once again. The spams are going to be a massive issue, though, for Araf Shah. So unless and until if he finds an opening and followed up with the simple juggle hits, it's going to be very tough, though, for Araf Shah to be able to secure it. It's got to be really careful, though. Jack 8's heavy attacks are very powerful. And unfortunately, it will be Shibu Gupta who will win it out. That's the thing about Jack 8. That's the power. It's not about combos. It's like every time you get that hit, the damage that Jack 8 deals is very devastating. It always comes down to, how well you can not only just dodge it, but try to figure out a way to go in for the counters. So usually lows and mids worked out. And the thing about King is that once the character is at a flying state, you can actually follow up with a really good grapple so that you can deal some massive damage and just keep steamrolling and basically have that snowball effect. But all in all, I would say that Shibu Gupta with Jack 8 will definitely head in towards the next phase, which means that we will have our next matchup, which will be Nisarg Singh versus Fallen God. I believe Fallen God was playing as Yoshimitsu. Yoshimitsu is, we did get to see Fallen God did have like a massive problem, though, when he went up against Viraj Gandhi on the match 5th that we had on Tekken 8. So let's see how well he's going to go up against Nisarg Singh. Maybe we might have a different character, or maybe we could have a similar ones. No, never mind. Yoshimitsu with Fallen God. Nisarg Singh will be playing as Jin. All right, let's see how well it goes. I mean, at this point, it always comes down to who pokes first. All right. Immediate first hit. So it's the second from Jin. And oh, wait a minute. Yoshimitsu, such good combos. And Jin falls off with yet another combo of his own. He's got to be careful, though, especially with those long hits. The combos immediately countered from Yoshimitsu. High hits, a little bit of lows. Yoshimitsu's got to be careful, though, especially when Jin heads in with a simple hit. Both of them counters. Very low on HP, though, because the pokes are working so well for Yoshimitsu. He's got to be careful. Jin, Rage Drive, will that connect? Yes, massive damage, but will it be enough? I believe it could take all the way up to like 2 or 3 HP, but he should be alive. Oh boy, all it needs is just a simple hit. A simple low attack should suffice. All he needs to do is just block it. No, he forgot to block it. And just like that, Yoshimitsu survives in just a simple hit. Would you look at that? All Jin had to do was just wait for the right moment to block. He did not block, and with it, Yoshimitsu will survive and secure yet another round win. Jin, on the other hand, again, combos looking good. The juggles, perfect combos. Massive damage will be dealt around. So is Yoshimitsu going in with yet another combo of its own. But Jin is just, timing it right. The blocks are going well. Here comes a simple high attack combo from Jin. Grapple immediately countered from Yoshimitsu. And here comes the high kick from Jin. But no, he's at a vulnerable state. Yoshimitsu once again slices and dices. Jin once again counters it. 27 seconds. Both of them are in very low HP. Rage Drive is in. Yoshimitsu, can he block it? Yes, he does. Followed up with some really good counters. A jump kick. Jin once again has got to be really careful, but not for long. Yoshimitsu heads into the simple slash and hit. And with him, he will be on match point once again. Fallen God, it's in his name. We do get to see a lot of unblockable attacks being made from his end. Jin has got to be really careful, though. Because Yoshimitsu, once his Rage Drive is on, once his sword is just lighting up, the amount of damage that he'll be able to deal, even while he's blocking, it's going to be even much more problematic from his end. Jin He's trying his level best to go in with those picks. Aggression is the game in Tekken 8. The more aggression that you allow, the more aggressive and pokes that you can deal, the more damage you'll be able to deal. Blocked again from Yoshimitsu. The timing is perfect. Very low on HP. Jin is still alive. The kicks, the powers. Yoshimitsu, the block. No, he can't block in midair. And just like that, Fallen God will be able to win it out. A really great matchup though. But in the end, it will be Fallen God that will be 2-0 on Tekken 8 Alienware Gaming Saturdays, folks. That is really nice matchup heading in from their end, and I'm really quite intrigued to see what Fallen God will be able to perform more in the next future matches of AWGS. But we still have much more multiple matches to go, and I believe it will be none other than Ayush Banerjee versus Naitik Patel. Although still sad that I still don't get to see Heihachi Mishima. Come on, man. Heihachi is good. The thing about Heihachi is that he's a very difficult character to master. Not only just that, you still have Akuma as well. Akuma is also, Akuma is also a very difficult character to, master on a game like Tekken 8. But I'm still thinking of other characters too. We saw Jack 8, we saw Dragonov, we saw Steve. Steve is always good on combos usually. He's also really great when it comes to dodging them as well. So he just needs to get that proper timing right. But all in all, once again, folks, kudos to all the players participating for this tournament. It really means a lot. And once again, huge shout out for the Esports Club for hosting the tournament, and also huge shout out for our sponsors, Alienware and Intel. And also let's not forget about their latest laptop, Dell Alienware M16R2, the state-of-the-art technology, and also a really great laptop for both gaming use and also for work use as well. But enough about that. Let's just focus on yet another matchup, and I believe it is none other than Ayush Banerjee versus Naitik Patel. Ayush Banerjee with Jack 8 versus Dragonov. Dragonov really great when it comes to the combos, and Jack 8 is power attacks, which is really painful once that spam comes into place. So there you go. Dragonov really some good mix-ups from mid to low. Some combos are going well from Naitik Patel, and some heat smash definitely himself back in a very good combo, though that combo is so devastating. And Naitik Patel, I believe he has things under control. And for Jack 8, he's got to be really careful though. He needs to figure out a way to block some of those attacks, and I would say going in for a jump high hit is not a good idea. And all Dragonov does is that he's going to punish him for that. But look at the rage art though. Immediate grapple and a huge massive hit that's going to cause a lot of damage for Naitik Patel. Is currently at a very down state, but not for long. Here comes the juggle, so is the vulnerable state, and here comes the heat smash. Little bit of HP left, and Dragonov ends it all. Round number 3, although we gotta wait for it because player 2's controller had been disconnected, but not worry, we'll be able to connect it back, and we're gonna resume the matchup immediately. 32 damage from Jack 8. Let's not forget, Jack 8's simple damage itself is very powerful. Here comes the wind-up. The wind-up didn't quite work out well. It went all the way up to 5. Let's not forget, that wind-up is a one-hit kill. If you wind up at the right time and if you get the hit, that's basically an immediate knockout. But all in all, Dragonov will be there to counter it effects. Jack 8 very low on HP, not looking good, and Dragonov, all he needs to do is just continue his reign of combos and juggle hits, and with that, Naitik Patel secures it all, completing the 11th matchup for Tekken 8 AWGS. Once again, so out of all the characters that we have seen in our Tekken 8, and of course, Bullet as our co-caster right here, really nice photo of him, it's just with a smile in his face. Not to worry, folks. I believe Bullet, he's currently having some, minor issues from his end, but I'm pretty sure he'll be able to join in as soon as possible. But, you're still stuck with me, the lone caster Baba Gusta, talking stuff about Tekken 8. I used to play a lot of Tekken 7 back then. I'll admit I'm really not that good of a player, but I do know some of the terminologies that comes up behind it, and I've also seen a lot of great players, players like Arslan Ash, who is a very really great player on the Tekken community, and he's been making quite a lot of plays as well. on Evo tournaments as well. I mean, I believe he did secure the Evo 2019 tournament as well. A really great player. But all in all, I have to say, the next matchups on 12th and 13th matchup, we still gotta wait for. The brackets as well, and once that's done, we'll be able to see who will secure the first and second place for Tekken 8 with a massive prize pool of 15,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers. But for that, folks, we'll be taking a short little break, and we'll be right back as soon as possible. Don't go anywhere. All right, folks, we are back with yet again Tekken 8 1v1 tournament that's happening right here at Alienware Gaming Saturdays. And the winner of the Tekken 8 matchup will receive a really good prize pool of 15,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers. First place 10,000 rupees and second place 5,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers respectively. So without any further ado, let us jump into our next matchup. I believe this is up against Ansh Prajapati versus Prasanna YT. I believe both of them will be playing as Yoshimitsu. It's a mirror matchup, and I'm pretty sure that both of them will be definitely having a field at this point, basically trying to predict exactly what move will they make and what type of counters would they go for. Currently right now, we're not going to see any blocks being made from either of the two players, and you clearly see that Ansh is currently have the high ground when it comes to the pokes. First round will be his, and now all you gotta do is just wait for the second round and see how well this goes. Ansh Prajapati once again is currently leading when it comes to the pokes, and some really great combos coming in from his hands. A little bit of highs, mids, and lows, and followed up with some really massive heat smash, definitely helping him getting the lead. And looks like he is currently under control. Ansh truly shows that he is the true Yoshimitsu main. Looks like he's basically dominating with his move styles. And Prasan, even though he's trying his level best to try to go in for those blocks, it's very difficult for him to see how exactly he could go in for those counters. Oh boy. Definitely not looking good. You can clearly see the amount of panic that's happening from Prasan's end. But wait a minute, looks like there's a little bit of turnaround happening from his end. That damage has been dealt quite a lot. So Ansh has to be really careful though. Still not out for grabs, but this might be the end of it all. He's knew it. He exactly predicted the moment at what time he would go in for the end. Rage drive. With that, completely ends it all. No, he still has it. Yeah, I just realized it was Prasan who was very high on HP. Ansh has got to be really careful. So close with a simple mid hit. Prasan will end up getting it. But yeah. Fight's not over yet. Ansh once again, huge uppercut to really massive damage. So is Prasan, who is slowly getting the massive end of it. Unblockable attack, uppercut, definitely puts him in a very vulnerable state. Here comes the corner. You really have to be careful on the corners though, because if you get caught, then that basically puts you in a high time, gives the advantage for the opponent. Again, hits again, corners, the blocks will be made, falls down, uses that to the advantage. Prasan doing really good though. It's very low on HP. Here comes the rage drive. That will definitely go in for a hit, but no, it's a block. A block it is. And Ansh, oh boy, this is definitely not looking good. Prasan just definitely brings it back. 2 back-to-back wins. 2 wins from Ansh, 2 wins from Prasan, and now it's the final round. High time effect. Prasan once again, he's definitely getting a lot of punishments being dealt around, and Ansh, he's definitely had enough. A little bit of mid attacks where it's going to be even much more tougher to deal with, and here comes the punishment. The punish has been the punish is looking a little bit good from his end. Prasan's got to be careful though. The low on HP, Ansh still has the advantage. The rage drive, will that connect? No blocks. Oh boy. This definitely might give a little bit of advantage though, but Ansh is very low on HP. He's got to be really careful. He's got to block at the right moment. Will he get the block? No, he does not. And oh boy, Prasan. Really great effort though from this man right here, but man, in the end, that block didn't quite work out well. And I believe it is Ansh who's going to be able to win this fight and head into the next phase. Hopefully on the quarters or semis, which will be either a best of 3 or a best of 5. I'm not quite sure. I don't have the information just yet, but I do have the information about the winners though. They will receive a hefty prize pool of 10,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers. That is quite a lot. If I was, if I was in Chennai right now, or maybe in Surat, I would have definitely competed and tried to get those prizes. If I didn't get, laptops, I'm pretty sure at the nearby Dell exclusive. So there's a lot of products which definitely helps in both gaming and work. It goes hand in hand. If you want to take some breaks, you can definitely play some games like Tekken 8, Valorant 2v2 team deathmatch. Both of them are currently being played at the latest laptops of Dell Alienware M16R2. So a really versatile product, definitely a must have, especially when you're traveling or if you want to conduct tournaments like Alienware Gaming Saturdays, the ones that we are doing right now. So it's a really great laptop to head into. Once again, huge shout out for the Esports Club for hosting this event. And also, we host Alienware Gaming Saturdays every Saturdays. It's in the name itself. So every Saturdays, we would either have Valorant 2v2 Deathmatch, we would have Tekken 8, we would have we would have EA 24, the usual 1v1 fights. I believe we also did conduct a tournament for I believe it was Mortal Kombat, yeah, MK1. Yes, we also did MK1 as well. But for now, folks, enough about that. Let's head back into the game. I believe the next matchup will be Sibu Gupta. No, it's Naitik Patel versus Purohit. And I believe we have a new character here, and it will be Feng Dragunov versus Feng. Dragunov is he's more of a close quarter combat type of person, and whereas Feng, he's more focused on, I don't know. I mean, it's a style. I haven't played a lot of Feng, but I do have gone up against Dragunov. I've gone up against Akuma a lot. I don't think Akuma is here on Tekken 8. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, just gotta wait for it. I believe player 2 is having some minor issues with the controller, but he should be fine. Hopefully, is he fine? Yeah, there you go. His kicks are working. So is the match. So there you go. The high kicks are always like, you also need to understand that frames and the collisions always plays an important part. So that the amount of time it takes to make a move and the range that actually goes all the way through. So you can clearly see that Feng's high kick, it goes almost like half the screen, if I remember right, but never mind. If you can focus on the thing itself, Dragunov once again, really great start with a little bit of combos followed up with some juggles being made, but turns out player 2 is having some issues with the controller. Not to worry, folks, this usually happens on our day-to-day lives, especially on every single tournament. We do have those minor technical issues, but not to worry. This shouldn't take a lot of problems from our end. But talking look at problems though, Feng will be having massive problems. Okay, player 2 is having some major issues from the controller itself, but I was actually about to say that Dragunov's combo was so good that he actually forced Feng all the way towards the corner. And the thing about corner, as a player, you never should be in the corner, because if you're in the corner and if you get hit out, the amount of punishments that the player can deal is massive. So you have to be careful. But yeah, round 3, it's 1-1. Once again, we still have to wait for the player where he is having a slight, problems with the controller. I believe this should be able to be fixed soon. And once it does, I believe, yeah. All right, that's a lot of information just swept around like that. I couldn't get to see it quite a lot, but in the end, I believe it's Naitik Patel who is currently in the advantage at this point. Field smash. The counters, the combos, Feng looking really good though. Some combos, very powerful combos though. That would definitely force Feng to put himself back on match point. Currently, Naitik Patel is going to feel he's currently in the danger zone, so he's going to be careful. Some good combos, kicks, and some really low kicks that definitely catches Dragunov's fights off guard. Very low on HP, Dragunov's got to be really careful because those kicks are so devastating. You really need to either block from crouching or you have to give a little bit of space, in which it did not. Feng definitely works out, even with a massive disconnect that we did get to see, like time and time again. Is like, even with disconnect, Feng eventually did end up winning the matchup. And I believe we've had like multiple matchups here, folks, in which is really good though. But I would say, once again, really great matches coming in on Tekken 8. It's going all the way up to like 11 to 12 matches. And I have to say, kudos to them. I mean, usually we don't get to see a lot of Tekken 8 matches being made here, especially on AWGS. And of course, we do have a lot of newcomers who are actually trying to experience the 1v1 fighters game. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be very honest about fighting games, is that it can be frustrating, because usually you would have a type of players that spams a lot, and you have a type of player that usually focuses on predicting players movements. And the thing about Tekken 8, it's always about prediction. You always need to predict what type of attacks he's going to go for. If he's going for a high attack, you can block it by just focusing on the back. And if there are like low attacks, you would either crouch, or you basically try to stay as far away from it to make sure that you would find an opening opportunity and just roll with those combos and basically have a snowball effect. That's basically how most of the fighting game goes. But for now, folks, we'll be taking yet another small break, and we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere. Folks, once again we are back with a very quick break as of now, as we are once again jumping into yet another match for Tekken 8. And I would say that this match hopefully will be an interesting one to watch. So talking about the characters, it's Jack 8 versus Lily. Jack 8 once again a powerhouse with a simple hit. My god, the uppercut with some massive damage. Look at that. Make it much more difficult for Lily to come back, but looks like she has a response of her. There's a response of her own. A simple low attack with some rage drives, but turns out Jack 8 has a combo of its own. That combo is definitely dealing some major damage. It can also be said for Lily too. Both of them very low on HP. Rage drive is active. Lily just needs to find a little bit of damage or maybe find an opening. And that opening should be enough, but not for long.
Round 2.
Some really good combos from Lily, and that should be more than enough for Davey to actually secure a kill. I mean, not securing a count. We have to pause for that. Some minor hits, some minor shots, and some minor spams for a perfect round out. Second round itself. Round number 3. Jack 8 is going to be really careful because the blocks need to be made. And yeah, not to worry, folks. I mean, we were a little bit blocking from that end, but not to worry. We are going to know exactly what's going to happen here. But yeah, turns out it's yet another KO, 3-round win. It's not gonna lie, I'm gonna be honest. It was a bit anticlimactic. I'm not quite sure what exactly happened on that matchup, but it was a simple highs to lows. But yeah, nonetheless, I believe Rani Devi will be able to secure the matchup, I believe. But yeah, we still have a lot of matches to go for Tekken 8, which means that we'll be taking a short little break, and we'll be right back as soon as possible, folks. All right, folks, we are back once again with Alienware Gaming Saturdays. Yes, of course, we did take quite a lot of time for that break, but we are back. And this time, we're going to continue where we left off for Tekken 8. Winner takes all. And I believe that we are jumping right into the game. And I believe that this will be a semifinals matchup, which will be none other than Rani Devi versus Fallen God. So yeah, I wish the players the best of luck. As it is Lily versus Yoshimitsu, if I remember right. Fallen God has been playing quite extensively well as a Yoshimitsu for around 2 to 3 matches. And I believe he's going to stick to that character. So is Rani Devi. So yeah, there you go. The first frag, the first hit itself in favor for Yoshimitsu, as the slices are always the ones that he needs to be careful about, because you have those slices are very long range, and unless and until if you don't know exactly how to block it or try to figure out a way to counter them, it will cause a massive problems, especially with those pokes. And with that, with my prediction, with that being said, we will get to see Fallen God secure the first frag. So he has to keep applying pressure after pressure, make sure that Rani Devi is close by, basically nearby, its line of sight, so that he can keep continuing that pressure over and over again. Although I have to say that we have to come back to our caster screen. Especially to our caster screen, because we just have to wait for the game to come back. Yeah, there you go. We got our game back. So is the matchup, and looks like Lily has been trying to apply multiple pressure, though, knowing that even if you try to go long range, that range Lily won't be able to, go in for those feats. So really great block. And also a perfect round coming in from Rani Devi. This is looking really good. So round 3 itself, especially on our semi-finals matchup, the first semi-finals matchup itself, you clearly see that how both these players are going neck to neck. Once again, pokes from Yoshimitsu dealing massive damage to Lily, which makes it much more difficult. So Lily needs to apply pressure over and over again, and looks like those combos are working really well. Here comes the counter though from Yoshimitsu, trying to stay against the lane. Keep poking, ensuring that they'll be able to find one. Looks like Rani Devi is just going to slowly fall back for now. Very low on HP, and that slices definitely make sure to secure that round as well. Match point is in for Fallen God. All he needs to do is just ensure that the pokes would go out well. Massive damage once again with those high attacks and the combos. Make it much more difficult for Lily to even come back in a situation like this. But that kick might be able to give them the opening. But the follow-up is looking very promising as well. The combos are looking good. So is the massive combos, forcing Yoshimitsu all the way from the corners. And this is the massive damage here. This is exactly the damage, the pressure that Lily is trying to go very low on HP. The drive is still present. So Yoshimitsu needs to figure out a way to go in for the blocks. But that corner block will ensure that blocks won't be made. Such a very good attempt there from Rani Devi, as the combos were on point. So were the follow-ups. But unfortunately, all Yoshimitsu had to wait was, wait a minute, the match isn't done yet. Oh no, that's just a little bit okay. All right. For a moment there, I thought that Yoshimitsu actually had this matchup, but turns out Lily was very much alive in just 10 HP. I do have to apologize that, folks, but wait a minute. I believe we just got a match in our hands. Yoshimitsu once again, a barrage of combos, forcing Lily to be in a very tough spot. And with that, Fallen God, with a massive margin loss that he had on the previous round, this round, it was really quick. The combos were quick. And with that, Fallen God will proceed into the next phase. I believe he will secure the grand finals, if I remember right. Yeah, semis. Rani Devi, once again, really well played effort though. The combos were good, the follow-ups were good, the pressures were on point. That definitely, made Fallen God in a very difficult spot, even though the corner was hit and even the rage drive dealing massive damage. Rani Devi survived in just a chunk of HP, which is more than enough to apply more pressure. But I believe in the end, Fallen God were like, you know what, enough is enough. I'll just start with a barrage amount of combos. And looks at that, combos eventually ended up in just 10 to 12 seconds. But all in all, that was our first semis done for the day, which means we have our second semifinals matchup. And I believe it is none other than Vyom Purohit versus Ansh Prajapati. I would say winner takes all. And I would say for all the players participating for Tekken 8, we applaud you guys for participation. Participation means a lot, which basically brings much more, closure and understanding of what the games are, what esports is, how it works, and basically the usual gist of it. And let's not forget, for people out there who are in Chennai and Surat, there's a meet and greet with Gaming Tamizhan at your nearby Dell exclusive store in Nungambakam, Chennai, and also meet and greet in Surat with Rocky and RDX in Rocky and RDX at your nearby Dell exclusive store in Adajan, Surat. So if you are in Surat, if you are in Chennai, make sure to go ahead, register for your tournaments for both, EAFC, Tekken 8, Valorant TDM, and of course Tekken 8, which is happening live right now. But yeah, I believe this will be a second semifinals matchup. It will be up against Vyom Purohit versus Ansh Prajapati. And looks like we'll be actually going back to the character select. Basically, wants to change 8 characters for now. And I believe Ansh Prajapati is going to go with Yoshimitsu as of now. I believe Yoshimitsu, I could say that his range is a bit wide. Like he has a very long range, making it difficult to basically, if you're at that specific range, you're basically creating a certain distance, which makes it difficult for the opponents to even try to get near you. So you have no other choice but to counter it by getting near him and apply pressure over and over again. And I believe Feng can actually do it with the help of his skills. The low kicks would work, the jumps would work, but turns out there's like massive amount of spams that's been happening around. Lows, mids, and follow up with a simple heat burst that actually works out well with the combos, and looks like Feng, he's actually having this thing under control. On Prajapati, I have a lot of problems dealing with Feng, because Feng, man, he has that long range with those legs, and that should be more than enough. But turns out Ansh Prajapati might have a slight miscalculation though from his end. He's actually going in for a rage drive, but didn't quite work out well. Yeah, Vyom Purohit once again, round 1 being in his end. So is the aggression going in for Feng's end. The combos are looking devastating. So is the massive damage of 59, making it much more difficult for Ansh Prajapati to get back up in the game. But here comes the follow-up. So are the juggles being made from Yoshimitsu's end. Here comes the counter though, the grapple, being able to cancel out the attacks. So are the counters, the kicks, long range. Feng might have found the opening. Here comes the fall down. Here comes the head raise. Drive is still present for Yoshimitsu. He needs to wait for the right moment. Will that connect, or will it be a block? Turns out it's not. Will it be enough though? Because all it needs is a single round win, and if that strike hits it to its mark, it could work out, and looks like it does. And Prajapati will be able to secure it. And the block coming from Feng, unfortunately, didn't quite work out well in his favor. Initial hits. Once again, Feng with the massive damage. You really need to be careful with that combo though. And he needs to find out the perfect timing. Yoshimitsu once again, early use, and Feng's going to punish him for that. Massive damage over and over again. Jump spot. So is the fighting style from Yoshimitsu. Just swinging across. The damage is being in favor for Ansh. He still needs to handle out the potential. Whereas Feng comes in with a huge low to the back twice, thrice. The pokes working out to perfection for Feng. Yoshimitsu currently in rage drive. So is Feng. Both of them are low on HP. Yoshimitsu, can he counter it? No, he does not. And that should be more than enough for Vyom Purohit to secure this round as well. Match point is in for Vyom. Ansh Prajapati, one more round, put themselves back at the equalizer. Very too close for comfort. And currently can clearly see that Yoshimitsu is trying to play it too close for comfort. Doesn't want to play it with range, using the swords for long range. This time he's going to use it. The combos are just not working out, and look at that damage though. That was so massive. Well, this is it. This is exactly what you asked for, folks, especially on a semi-finals matchup where both the players will go neck to neck. And you can clearly see it in this matchup. Feng once again, the heat smash, being able to deal some minor damage. Yoshimitsu once again will be able to deal major damage from his end, but turns out we had to come back to our caster's camp because, buffers. Happens most of the time, but not to worry. We are going back into the game right away. And taking a look at the current situations though. Ansh once again going in for the rage drive. Didn't quite work out, but turns out his combo does. That would deal massive damage towards him. And here comes the slice and dice. Feng is not going to be able to do it. the kicks more than enough to secure Anj the victory that he needs. And he will proceed into the next phase of Alienware Gaming Saturdays. And I believe we have found our two matches. I believe this will be our grand finals for the day. I believe it will be Fallen God versus Ansh Prajapati. And let's not forget, both of them are playing as Yoshimitsu. So pretty much it is a mirror matchup. But yeah, all in all, I have to say huge props to the esports club for hosting this event, and also huge shout out to our sponsors, Alienware. Sorry about that. Huge shout out for our sponsors, Alienware and Intel, for sponsoring this event. And of course, do check out the latest products of Dell Alienware M16R2. So, with all of that said, Tekken 8 has been quite an interesting journey for me. We did cast it all the way up to 15 to 16 matches. All of them, most of them were one-sided, but it's always the semi-finals and the grand finals matchup which does end up being the interesting factor of it, because you basically have players that are equally challenged, and makes it much more interesting for combat, especially with the previous two matches that we did get to see. So yeah, I would say grand finals, I'm pretty sure it's a Yoshimitsu versus Yoshimitsu, but I don't know. Maybe we might see some changes. Maybe we could have a specific counter character that could be in play. I mean, you still have Asuka. I mean, Asuka is also a really a challenging character to play. But once you get the combos right, maybe, who knows, that would work out well in their favor. But I believe we are going to go on a short break, if I recall properly. So I believe we'll be taking a short little break, and actually, no, we just got the information that we are not going for a break, but instead we are jumping right into the matchup. And I believe that this would be our final matchup for the day. I believe so. The grand finals between Fallen God and Ansh Prajapati. I would say, like, winner takes all. And for the grand finalists, I mean, they've at least secured first and second place with a massive prize pool of 15,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers. So first place will receive 10,000 rupees, and second place with 5,000 rupees worth of Amazon gift vouchers. So first place, 10,000 rupees. I mean, it's a high price. What can I say? I mean, on a 10,000 rupees, you'd be able to get like a lot of great items through the Amazon shop itself. I mean, like massive products like headphones, mouse. I mean, including the a really good discount for Dell Alienware M16R2, a really great laptop in which the players are currently playing games like Tekken 8, Valorant TDM, EA FC24. All of these games are currently being played at the Dell Alienware M16R2 laptops. So they can clearly get to see the way how the laptop works, the way how smoothness it is. I mean, it has a really great refresh rate, a solid straight drive. It's a really a top quality coming in from Dell Alienware M16R2. But yeah, all in all, we just have to wait for the players to join in. And once it's done, we'll be able to jump right into the game. I believe we're still waiting on the information from our broadcasters end, but yeah, I would say, all in all, Alienware Gaming Saturdays, it always happens every Saturdays. I mean, right now, I believe we've had multiple games, starting off with games like MK1. We had Valorant TDM, which is the usual 2v2 team death matches that we have on every single stage. And also we have Tekken 8. Quite interested to know what other games do we get to see from Alienware Gaming Saturdays. If you have any ideas, do make sure to do make sure to give your feedback on the live chat itself, or you can take a look at the esports club's socials on Instagram and Facebook. All you got to do is just make sure to check the link in the description down below. Make sure to subscribe, make sure to like, comment on the esports club's channel on YouTube. Make sure to follow on Instagram. The shots on the esports club Instagram is absolutely amazing to look at. It's always a feast to look at. So if you want to know for future upcoming tournaments for multiple games, make sure to head on into our esports club. And also, if you want to check out the products, make sure to check out Alienware Gaming Saturdays. But for now, folks, let's come back into the game, because it is Tekken 8, and I believe that we have got the information. We are jumping right into the game, hopefully right about now, maybe, perhaps, I'm not quite sure, maybe 2 minutes. But No. Mm, Actually, yeah, you still need to wait for the information, I believe so. But all in all, I have to say, if you guys have enjoyed the stream once again, really thank you for your efforts. And yeah, I would say that currently, the esports part of the esports club are, you know, it's it's going really well. I have to say that. So yeah, I believe we might have to go in for a little break, I suppose. So we're going to go on a break for now, folks. Don't go anywhere. Okay. All right. Okay, we are not going for a break, folks. I do have to apologize for that. We just got the information. So yeah, there you go. We are hopefully jumping into the game for Tekken 8. Just waiting on the info though. I mean, yeah, there you go. We just got it, folks. We just got it. We finally got it. So yes, we are heading in towards the grand finals for this matchup. For the grand finals, I believe, between Fallen God and Ansh Prajapati. So it's Yoshimitsu versus King. All right, King versus Yoshimitsu. The long range slice. Uh, the long range slice versus the grappler. Winner takes all. So let's see how well it goes to the grand finals. There we go. Some great starts though coming in from the Fallen God. Yoshimitsu once again. Massive damage being dealt around, and turns out we are back with a buffering. So yeah, we're going back to the camps. So yeah, we're going back to the camps. It just, I mean, these are the certain types of technical difficulties that we do get to use to, folks. Not to worry, because usually it happens, right? It's the net. Net usually happens, technical difficulties and most of the stuff. But hopefully, once we get the infomercials, I mean, once we get the the video up and running, we'll be able to immediately jump back into the game. There we go. We just got the live confirmation. So yeah, getting back into the game right now. And looks like the first round itself goes into the hands of Fallen God. I wish we could have got to. I mean, I wish I could have get to seen that from their perspective, but we had some technical difficulties, so not to worry about it. Okay. Uh, Wait, we just had our first round, right? I'm just trying to know exactly what is happening, but yeah. So that was a bit quick. I was, quite much hoping for the second and the third round, but unfortunately we couldn't get to see that much. But yeah, that was quite anticlimactic, but nonetheless, we did get to see a lot of action that was happening on Tekken 8. So once again, I believe that we have to check for more information regarding this, but I believe that was a grand finals, I suppose. I mean, it was Fallen God versus Ansh Prajapati. Fallen God, I believe he was playing as Yoshimitsu, and Ansh Prajapati playing as the Lion. But yeah, let's check into the game once again and see if it's working again. Uh, Actually, yeah, I just got the information from the broadcast that we have to end the stream. I know, it's the like we were supposed to end the grand finals on a very high note, but unfortunately we couldn't get to get the info right. But nonetheless, folks, I hope you guys enjoyed watching the entire stream. Went all the way from 1 to 6 p.m. Most of it was pretty much simple. We had a Valorant TDM 2v2 team deathmatch and also Tekken 8. Let's not forget, both of those dates actually did happen in Chennai and Surat at the nearby Dell exclusive store Nungambakam, Chennai, and also on Adajan, Surat, in which both of the tournaments were happening for multiple games with a massive prize pool. So once again, huge shout out for the esports club for hosting this tournament, and of course huge shout out for our sponsors Alienware and Intel for our Alienware Gaming Saturdays. But for now, folks, we will be taking our leave for today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow our socials on Instagram. And with that, folks, we will be taking our leave for today. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and I will see you soon. Until then, bye bye and take care.